Welcome to all the people that are in person and online. We have many participants that are in virtual participation, more than 100 persons, besides many are the ones that are here live. My name is Julian Portilla, and I have the honor of being the Master of Ceremonies in this 2030 horizon in the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. In a few minutes, we will start talking about today's program and about the nature and the importance of this initiative. For our opening, I would like to ask Amelia Montero to give us a ceremonial inauguration for this event in order to have a good energy going forward and to start correctly and in a good more form. Amelia has a large experience in public policy, human rights at the CEC. Amelia is a member of the JPAC. Amelia, can you please do the welcoming remarks? Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. I thank you for being present physically and the people who are online. But before anything else, I thank all our ancestors for allowing us to be here. And I ask permission to the guardians of this site, Mexico, so that they would allow us to carry out our works in a good manner. Therefore, first, I greet the West, the place of the sun, where it gives us the intelligence. I ask permission for the light to lighten the road to humanity and those steps which are looking for perfection of the human being. Later, I greet the East, where we have the warriors, the women warriors, where we have the human change of, and I request also permission to the cosmic forces of transformation and the change so that humanity can evolve through love and the understanding. I also greet the North, a place where knowledge lives. It's a sacred place of our ancestors. Therefore, I honor, I thank all those who came before us and have formed us and have given us life. I also ask the knowledge of our ancestors as a just base and pending of harmony. Likewise, I greet the South, a place of will, a place of the purpose of the destination. I also like to call the clarity of the intent, the will of the purpose, in order to comply in a perfect manner with the personal destiny and the collective destiny for a common will. I also greet the heavens, the heart of the universe. At this moment, I honor and I thank all that is celestial, that is a cover, and that allow us to understand our origin, and therefore the light that reaches the light that we should return as human beings. I greet our Mother Earth. I honor you and I thank you for your food. For all the cover that you provide and guide us and give us knowledge because we aspire to be fraternal with all our brothers and sisters and from the four points of this world so that the human gender can have a life based on peace, respect, tolerance, gratitude, and love. Within our holy elements as indigenous communities is water, which is the blood of our Mother Earth, and it gives life to all the renewal, fertility, which is a vital element to survive. This is a physical part and spiritual part. The earth is our mother, which gives us food, which allows us to live here, to gives us stability, and this is where we receive the force to make progress. For example, in the Temazcal, when we feel very warm, we put our belly button to the earth, and it allows us to balance our warmth, our human being, and to remember that we were born from it and we are part of it. And this is why we return to the mother. When we die, we go back to the Mother Earth. Fire. The fire is part of our internal fire. It gives us force, life to continue fighting, to continue making progress so that our communities will never be forgotten, so that their knowledge can go with it. It's the internal fire of our heart which warms us and allows us to have energy. It gives us will and promotes us to carry out great changes. Air. Air is the life that the beautiful birth that we have. Don't contaminate it anymore. All of them are very important for life and the existence of human beings. Without these elements, we wouldn't have any life. The civilization of the East, of the West, doesn't have this connection with the nature that the indigenous communities has. An, an anthropocentric approach has given us a emergency climate change, which is important to solve the relationship of the human being with nature, the ecocentric approach, which is looking for the balance. And am going to allow myself to read something that I wrote. Yes, you are my son, son of the earth. You know your origin, and you know the differences of the songs of the birds, the behavior of the different animals, the movement of the wings and insects, the murmur of the trees when they are touched by the wind, which comes from catastrophes and comes from nature, or it fills you with calmness and it makes music in your ears. The noise of the river, which runs without any ties, the fire that talks in the Cueclit, which is nothing more than the fire pit, and it makes us think what we need, and it gives us an answer of those days and nights which were cold, and it feeds us with its warmth. But when we feel weak, it's our cover that comes to us in the way of warmth to our body, and this gives us energy to continue. It strengthens us and it guides us. We have forgotten we have lived being guardians and we have forgotten some ancestral knowledge of those who are looking to take advantage of our Mother Earth. We are the guardians and we try to continue with them. It's not money what we're looking for, it's the harmonious balance of the well being, the nature, and our environment. I am only one part of the voice of my ancestors. I'm water, air, fire, and I will be earth once again. I'm one step in this in this road. And the seeds that I have put in my Mother Earth, I will continue working there like my ancestors. I'm only a little bit of cosmic dust in this universe, but our cosmovision, our roots, our messages, our language, and our songs and symbolism, that never dies. Thank you. Thank you, Amelia. Thank you. With that good start, then we will begin our session for today. And this session is going to be a very rich in session regarding the most important topics and most critical topics for the survival of our species in this planet. Okay, so today and tomorrow, we will try to hear, learn, share, and especially to recommend. All this is an exercise of consulting from the Joint Public Advisory Committee, the JPAC, which is called by the acronym. And we're trying to guide the environmental policies of the three countries members of the consultative the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. We have developed a list of experts and topics in each topic, and want to guide the actions of the CEC and the support that it gives to the parties, the environmental authorities in Mexico, United States, and Canada. But the panelists are not the only ones that will advise the authorities today. The reason for having this consultation is that all the people who are here in person and online, where we have many people, can give you advice on the opportunities and the challenges related to the triple planet crisis of climate change, contamination, and biodiversity. We have tried to open different types of forms to participate during and after this event, and also previously. But there will be opportunities to interact with the panelists, to have a dialogue at your tables, and to provide ideas that come to your mind in writing. And an additional way to participate during the day is through very short surveys. So we're going to try and make a test for the first one. And this will be this is what we will be using in the next 2 days. So I invite you, those of you who are here, as well as those of you who are online, to start with this first survey. But first, here we are. The first question is something very simple, so that you have the habit of answering. You can take the QR code photo. There you will have a question, a survey question, and we're going to start with the most simple question. And here we will see the answers a long time. So if you can answer, we will see the results in a few minutes. And this is a way of getting warm and to see a way of interacting with this. This is a participation. This is a way of participating, as you will see in the next 2 days. For those who are accustomed to these events, you know that one of the permanent characteristics in these meetings is the presence of the three languages of the three countries. To ensure that we understand each other, we have the constant support of our interpreters who are in the back and also virtual. These people have constant work and very complicated and very sophisticated, and they provide special service and essential to communicate. In exchange for that, we ask to all the people who speak, even if you're very enthusiastic, very nervous, or you drank too much coffee, we are going to ask you to please speak slow because the interpreters are an essential part of communicating at an international level. I'm going to start speaking fast, and sometimes I ask you for patience, and I'm going to ask you to slow down, and please be patient with that. Now, and I would like to invite our next guest to the podium. Esteban Escamilla is the president of the Joint Public Advisory Committee, JPAC, because of its acronym. Esteban is agriculture engineer from the Chapingo University, expert in organic coffee, and he has a lot of experience working with small producers and indigenous communities. And Esteban, can you give us some words of advice? Welcome. Thank you.
Gracias, Julián.
Thank you, Julián.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Good morning. Bonjour. Bienvenidas y bienvenidos
Welcome to Mexico City for this year's second session of the Joint Public Advisory Committee. Because JPAC, because of its acronym. My name is Esteban Escamilla, and I am the chairman of the committee for 2024, which is about to end. It is a real pleasure to be with you this morning and to be the hosts of this session. Today's session will focus on the CEC initiative Horizon 2030 and will include presentations from experts from the three countries, as well as in-depth discussions among all of us present today on the environment, and also present and virtual, on the environmental and climate change challenges facing our region. The purpose is to develop strategic recommendations for concrete actions that North America should take between now and 2030 on the horizon, a short horizon, as well as for the design of strategies to achieve environmental goals and targets focusing on three priority areas, which are the first one, Earth observation technologies and other GIS tools. Second, sustainable transportation systems. Third, ecosystem services and sustainable use and management of biodiversity. Also, we will have four cross-cutting themes. The first one is indigenous knowledge and perspectives and traditional ecological knowledge. Second, environmental justice. Third, subnational governance and action, including municipal and urban dimensions. And the fourth topic is private sector participation and corporate social responsibility of the companies. At the same time, I am pleased to mention that our event is being broadcasted live on the internet simultaneously in English, Spanish, and French. As some of you know, our committee has made extensive use of electronic tools and social networks to ensure that the citizens of all three countries, regardless of their location or language, have access to timely information on environmental issues in North America. For those of you who are not familiar with the JPAC, let me provide you a brief introduction. The Joint Public Advisory Committee, JPAC, is one of the three constituent bodies of the Commission, composed of 9 citizens who are volunteers, 3 from each country, appointed by the respective governments of Canada, Mexico, and the United States. Our mandate is to advise the Council, made up of the environment ministers of the 3 countries in North America, on any matter within the scope of the Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, and to perform any other function that the Council may entrust us. The vision of the committee is to promote regional cooperation for the protection of ecosystems, the promotion of sustainable economic development, and to ensure citizens' participation and transparency in the activities of the Commission. mission. The members of the committee have a shared commitment to preserve and improve the North American environment and to achieve a sustainable society. Our committee, in consultation with the Council, develops an annual plan of activities. Each year, our work is focused on continuing to strengthen collaboration with the other bodies that make up the CEC, as well as with a group of traditional ecological knowledge specialists who are also with us today. In addition, we are making efforts to promote dialogue and knowledge, the exchange of issues such as trade and the environment, the climate crisis, and the topic of water, among others. Always incorporating traditional ecological knowledge, indigenous perspectives, and the integration of gender equity, diversity, and inclusion. We normally meet with citizens twice a year, rotating between the three countries. One of these meetings is always held to coincide with the regular session of the Council. We are also in charge of conducting the CEC's public consultations on project proposals and initiatives, strategic plans, among others. The JPAC chairman also participates in the alternate representative meetings, and the full committee meets with the council once a year during a closed session, which will be held this Wednesday. Now, I will ask my colleagues from the committee to please introduce yourselves. I'm going to start with my colleagues from the United States. Felicia? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your gracious opening and your leadership. My name is Felicia Marcus. I am a member from the United States. My background is as a community organizer and a public interest lawyer, and then later government appointee in the environmental arenas in both Los Angeles, US EPA, and the State Water Board in California. Most recently, I'm currently a fellow at Stanford University's Water in the West program, and I also work on energy issues across the Western United States, Canada, and a little teeny-weeny part of Mexico, as well as a lot of consulting around issues primarily around water recycling. Happy to be here.
Gracias, Felicia. Adelante, Octaviana.
Buenos días, good morning. Octaviana Trujillo, I'm Professor Emerita of Applied Indigenous Studies from Northern Arizona University, former chairwoman of the Pasquayaqui Tribe of Arizona, and currently president of America's Research Network. And I'm too very happy to be with all of you this morning.
Gracias, Octaviana. Adelante, Bob.
Thank you, Esteban. I have a sore throat, so excuse me. I'm Bob Varney, U.S. member of the JPAC. I am president of a private sector company called Normando Associates, an environmental science consulting firm that does work not only in the private sector, but also for state and federal agencies and local communities. I've been a member of the JPAC for several years, as have my fellow U.S. JPAC members, and it's really a pleasure to be here in Mexico City. Mexico is always so welcoming and such a great place to visit, and we greatly appreciate your hospitality.
Thank you, Bob. Luis Alfonso, por favor.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Luis Alfonso Argüelles Juárez. I am from the peninsula of Yucatan, the Mayan jungle. I have worked all my life in topics related to forest development with a value chain as small as possible that can generate connections between companies that process and producers. Producers are usually communities in Mexico, and I am working with the FCCC, and I am also a Mexican member in this board, in this council. Thank you very much, Luis Alfonso. And virtually, we have Elizabeth from Canada. Elizabeth, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Whitsitt. I'm an associate professor of international economic law, so trade and investment, at the University of Calgary. And I'm also a recent appointee to Canada's International Trade Tribunal. So it's a wonderful pleasure to be joining you. My apologies that I'm not there in person, but I'm looking forward to listening to the contributions today and very much excited to be with everybody. Thanks, Esteban.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Bien, también no quiero dejar de lado.
I don't want to leave aside the fact that we have the presence of our colleagues from the traditional ecological knowledge. Amelia has already delivered very warm words in her ceremony, and I would like to highlight the presence of Sarah. She has come from Alaska, and she always participates with great enthusiasm. Sarah, please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. It's a good morning for me after my long ride the other day from Alaska. It's great to be here from Alaska and to see all the people that I'm trying to get used to for many years, and good work and a lot of work and good work. My sister here was so helpful for me this morning as a prayer, because my people live by that every day. The sun is important. Every direction of the world is important to us. The air, the water, the land, and life is all important to us to survive and to help Mother Earth to survive. And English is my second language, so I don't speak English that well. Even among my people, sometimes they even laugh because I say something different. As you know, pronunciation mainly, and understanding. And sometimes it's hard for me to understand from English to Cochin, which I speak. Cochin is Caribou people, and that's how I grew up, and that's how I understand the world. And sometimes it's hard for me. So thank you for giving me time to say a few words, and may God bless us. Thank you. Ekwadatiha ole shalaknai. Hi. I said, may God be with us. Thank you very much. Hi. Thank you.
Thank you, Sara. Muchas gracias, Sara. Y bueno, pues,
So I wish a lot of success to this forum. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Esteban. Thank you, JPAC. Thank you, TK. First of all, I wanted to see the results of the survey that took place a couple of minutes ago. And it doesn't surprise me that most of the participants today are from Mexico. This is not a surprise, but not only from Mexico, but also from other countries, from countries that are not part of the North American region, part of the CEC. This is a tool we will be using several times during this day, and I would like to tell you that we have over 100 people online in addition to the 100 people gathered in this room, and we have a very good participation. So the next point in the agenda, the next item in the agenda, we would like the executive director from the CEC to address some words. Jorge Daniel. Daniel, welcome.
Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone.
Hoy nos convocan
Today,
principales asuntos.
two main items
La y las crisis
have
planetarias
gather us today, the planetary crisis, and define what we can do from the USMCA and from the CEC to be to address this triple crisis. We are immersed in multiple crises. These crises are simultaneous and interrelated. A climate crisis that is getting worse as global warming is getting worse as well, and we have exceeded with 1.5 degrees that, according to the Paris Convention, we should not exceed. Pollution of water, of air, of seas, of earth, and a crisis of loss of biodiversity that is leading to a tragic collapse of ecosystems. We are facing a social, economic, and environmental crisis, inequities and injustices, where some people use the natural resources and the benefits of nature, and others suffer disproportionately of the impact, of the negative impact. There are multiple crises that show us that the system as a whole, that the model that we have does not address for everyone the basic things we need for the well-being. What we have been saying, health, safety, our relationship with nature. The point that Amelia touched upon is extremely important. This is a paradigmatic crisis. It's a model crisis. Regarding the climate crisis, which is one we're talking about, we're not on the path we should be. We have exceeded 1.5. We are failing that mark. We have to deepen actions. We have to have more aggressive actions, urgent actions to stop the progress of this unbalanced environment, to prevent more storms, droughts, floods, to prevent that extreme heat that we are currently facing, and all the environmental impacts that we see on a daily basis caused by this climate instability. And this is not a problem to get to the 2050 or to the end of the century. This is something we have to deal with the next 5 or 6 years. So that's why we have this horizon 2030 as a key point. Regarding biodiversity crisis, we just had the COP16 in Cali to talk about this. This crisis is not less urgent, it's tragic. The Earth has suffered 5 massive extinctions naturally, and in those 5, over 75% of the species on the Earth and in the sea were completely destroyed. This is something that we see in the science, in the story of the earth. I like to see this because I learn a lot, but it is terrible. It is terrible to and terrific that in this the Anthropocene era we're going through the sixth crisis with the humanity. We're causing this. So that's what terrifies me the most. In this moment, almost 70% of biodiversity that we monitor on the earth has vanished, and that has happened in the last 50 years, and that's tragic. In North America has 33% loss of biodiversity. Latin America, including Mexico, 94% of biodiversity loss. In Africa, 65%. In Europe, 24%. But the thing that concerns us the most is the 50 years, the pace in which we're destroying biodiversity. If we compare this biodiversity crisis with other natural crises, we are accelerating 100 and 1,000 times more destruction. That's what terrifies me the most. We are doing things to address the climate crisis, pollution, and biodiversity loss. Let's not be confused. We are working on that. The world finally realized that actions had to be taken. That's why we have organized multiple COPs that have happened in the recent years, but the COPs and solutions that we have come up with address the urgency variable, because we're not on the right path. We are exceeding 1.5, and that means that everything we're doing is not enough. So we have to consider this point. We're not what we're doing is not working, and I know that many of you work to address climate change, biodiversity, and reduce pollution, but this is not enough. We have to do more. Every decimal of heat creates more biodiversity destruction, more environmental risks for vulnerable population, and more suffering due to those negative impacts. It is significant to decarbonize, but that is not enough. If we had a magic wand, if we could stop decarbonization and emission of CO2 right now, that would not be enough to stop climate change. We have to do much more. And science is very clear about this, and we understand it, and it is very clear. In addition to the decarbonization, and I'm saying this because now we're thinking on these ideas, we have to take this into consideration and put it into context. In addition to decarbonization, we have to reduce super contaminants, natural gas, methane, 86 times more potent, more powerful than CO2 in its greenhouse effect. We have methane, energy, oil, organic, inorganic waste. 3 out of 5 bags that we buy end up in landfills, and then they become methane, and then we have, every time you see black smoke, that is carbon, and carbon goes into the atmosphere, and it's a soot that goes to the Arctic, where what do we have there? Ice in the glaciers, and when the soot darkens the ice, it melts, and we can see darker landscape. The Antarctic, where we have glaciers on the mountains, are environments that reflect the sunlight and the heat, and if they disappear, they generate the heat on the earth. And that's why the Arctic warms 3 to 4 times more than the rest of the planet. It is a climate change accelerator. We also have the dirty coolants. We're using more coolants that are 1 million times more powerful than CO2. And in addition to these pollutants, for the 2030, we can reduce or we can prevent 0.5 degrees. So 0.5 degrees is not enough. That's why it is important to think on the actions. Let's introduce reflective and in urban zones, increase the amount of trees. Trees are natural collectors of CO2 to reduce that pollution that it has already been issued. Artificial shadow and natural shadow in the design and planning of cities and buildings, using thermal materials that can keep the warmth and the cooling system that we create with dirty technologies. We have to cool before we have to cool artificially. These are the solutions, nature-based solutions. The recovery of biodiversity and ecosystemic environments increase the natural collection of CO2. We need to protect forests and sea environments. But these decisions are extremely important because they do not all catch the same way. For instance, sea environments have 5 times more power to collect CO2. So where should we invest to recover nature? This is also an extremely important decision, and time variable is key. We do not have to make mistakes. We cannot make mistakes because bad decisions today will condemn future generations to suffer more irreversible negative impacts. I've already spoken 2 minutes. But let's talk about the USMC and the trilateral cooperation, the USMCA. In the 3 decades of existence, first as a free trade agreement and now with the USMCA, there's a lot to celebrate, or the COSMA in Canada. We increased the level of environmental responsibility. Environmental policies were improved. Environmental institution was created. Over $300 million were invested in cooperation among the 3 countries through hundreds of projects and initiatives, through 140 programs of grants. The JPAC, and we have had over 15,000 persons. A lot of consultation has been made. That's a lot of work among the 3 countries and among the different environmental agencies with civil society, academia, private sector. The cooperation is organized through the 5-year strategic plan from 2021 to 2025. Now we're going to migrate in 2026 to 2030. And this initiative is part of this process where we can define the priorities that will define and guide the future work of the CEC. And for that purpose, we need you to guide us to see what your priorities are, where we have to put the emphasis on our work. Our first step is this project that we called 2030 Horizon. This is the initiative which has been framed in the triple planetary crisis regarding climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. And with these four cross-cutting topics where we have been working a lot, the incorporation of traditional ecological knowledge, environmental justice, and I would like to take advantage of the last 2 minutes that I have left to introduce Micaela Martinez, our new environmental justice official. We have just incorporated her to our strategy. Environmental justice will be with us. Micaela, please stand up. We want you to meet Micaela. It is important for that the three countries acknowledge the equity necessary for everyone to benefit from nature's to avoid discrimination and inequity. 2030 Horizon will produce many things. It is a study, it's a consultation. It has these three chapters that we have defined because the countries prioritize them, but it does not limit to these priorities. Please do understand this as a book or a study with different chapters. These are only the three first chapters. We're going to start deepening in, but as the priorities start to be on the table, we will continue including all these new chapters. So we would like to ask you to guide us in the CEC, because at the end of the day, you are the arm to society, you are the public, you are the ones that help us lay the basis and priorities and to create the paths we're going to follow. To close this intervention, I would like to reflect on what Amelia mentioned, which is the model, the relationship of people with nature. In Alicia Bárcena, the Ministry of the Environment in Mexico, in her first presentation of the Semanat in Mexico, she talked about the extractivist model, inequities, and lack of justice. We have to think of that relationship with nature, and what Amelia mentioned is extremely right. We have lost the link with nature. In the cities, we don't have the rivers that used to be there, the animals that used to be there, and when the COVID put us inside our houses, we saw the species that used to live here coming back to these areas. So we have to address nature in a more comprehensive manner, not all as nature to our service. It's the other way around. We are part of nature, and as Amelia said, we have to live in harmony with nature. So let's put our hands to work. These are going to be 2 days with lots of conversations, discussions. Please talk among ourselves. Let's have these conversations. We have 5 people together, and we come up with 10 ideas. And we have just one person thinking and executing. We only have one idea. So that relation among the different people will lead provide the light for our path. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. Excellent opening comments for these important days. And let's run very fast towards our first sustainable panel on setting the stage on Earth observation technologies and other GIS tools. To start with this work, we will give you another survey, and I hope that you participate. Everybody that is with us online and the ones that are present. And this is a way of helping the council to prioritize their activities. Like Daniel said, there are many ideas, there's a lot of work to do, but we have to start somewhere. Everything is important, but please help us to prioritize. And as you give us your answers, we will see them later in the next panel. Now, our work format in the panels regarding the three guiding pillars of these 3 days, we will have general orientation with regards to the topic by one of the heads of the CEC programs. And from there, we will go to the panelists and we will have questions and answers with the panelists, observations as well as questions from people who are online, as well as from people who are in person at this forum. And then we will have dialogues at the tables. And I will tell you how the dialogue at the tables is going to work after the panel. So we will try to capture not only the recommendations from the experts that are with us today, but from all of you who are, if you are in person or online, it's because you're interested, and we want to have your experience and your interest in how you can influence political public policies. So this is why we are so interested in your comments. So going into the important topic, I will ask Orlando to give us some guidance, contextual guidance regarding the topic. Orlando, please.
Muchas gracias, Julián. Y para romper el hielo y por el tiempo,
Thank you, Julián.
mi ponencia en inglés.
And my presentation is in English,
Se puede traducir mejor.
so I'm going to translate.
Bueno, good morning, everybody. My name is Orlando Cabrera. I'm the head of the Environmental Quality Unit at the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. And in anticipation of our next panel, we're going to be talking briefly about the work that we have done in the last few years in using Earth information or Earth observation technologies and geographic information system tools to address and support actions on climate change. We can go to the next slide, please. Oh, actually, that's me. And okay, it's not working. No, okay. All right. The question here is between, as Daniel mentioned, what do we do between now and 2030 in terms of collaboration in the use of these Earth observation technologies and geographic information system tools to address climate change, climate adaptation, climate change mitigation. First, the advantages of using this type of technologies to work on climate change mitigation and adaptation. So we have these technologies that allow for continuous and large temporal coverage of the Earth observation. We can use it to monitor climate pollutants from measuring now methane. 15 years ago, we started with also measuring particulate matter in the atmosphere, tracking and responding to climate-related events, tracking drought, tracking floods, tracking forest fires. So that's important, not only to track it, but also to help in responding to those extreme events. Visualization and analysis of climate change impacts. This helps us not only to get the information, but also to visualize it. We need to gather the data, translate the data into information that then we can visualize using geographic information system tools. And when we talk about visualization, it's important to know when we talk about Earth observation, it's not only satellites. It's not only remote sensing, also human observation. That's what we call now AI, artisanal intelligence, and that's very important. It's also a very important component of these observations. And also, this information provides us with evidence for informed decision-making on climate mitigation and adaptation. So in looking at this, we have to take into account how we use the information, not only for the information's sake, but how can we apply it to the day-to-day needs of the citizens of the three countries. Excuse me a second. Now, in terms of the importance of regional collaboration, as you can see here in the image, we have some map layers from the North American Environmental Atlas. And as you can see there, we share an environment amongst the three countries. We share watersheds, we share population centers. When a hurricane impacts, does not only impacts one country, but the three countries. When you have a windstorm in northern US, in the Minnesota area, you could have floods in the Canadian region because some of the rivers go south and that windstorm retains the water. So it creates flood on the other side of the border. So it is important to look at this holistically. And important also is to, by exchanging information, by cooperating, by collaborating in this area, we improve the technical capacities and the accessibility of this information for decision making. Very quickly, some of the key, you can say, climate actions or climate goals that the three countries have been working on in the past few years, which with a goal of achieving certain key reductions and actions by 2030. We have the climate actions under the UN Sustainable Development Goals, emissions reductions under the Paris Agreement on climate change. The three countries have committed to reducing emissions. We have the North American Leader Summits from 2021 and 2023, where they pledged to reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas sector by 2030, also another climate pollutant, black carbon. In 2023, also, actually in 2021, the North American Leader Summits, or the three presidents of our countries, mandated the CEC to work to improve early warning systems for extreme events and promote climate adaptation solutions. So we have been working 2 minutes on that. And then reducing methane emissions in the waste sector by at least 15% by 2030. So these are commitments that the three countries have done, and we have started work on that with the use of these Earth observation technologies. Just very quickly, some of the work that we have done historically, where we have applied these tools, monitoring health impact from extreme events. We worked with the three countries with the state and provincial health agencies to monitor health impacts in the population due to extreme heat events. And here you see a mapping application that was made public. It was developed by the British Columbia Center for Disease Control for use by the public. You could click in your area and it will give you the risk of health afflictions due to health effects. That's based on historical health effects data during extreme heat events. So the importance of using this information and make it accessible to the public, and also for use for not only for governments, but also to the public to protect their own health. Improving effectiveness for early warning system for drought. We also work on that. We prepared or developed North American climate zones map that people use to mention the drought indicators that were relevant to North America. And then we had a project on using remote sensing to prepare for and respond to extreme events, which actually resulted in very good collaboration in exchanging information among the three countries in the use of these technologies. And very quickly, an example. In 2020, you may remember Tropical Storm Gamma in the peninsula of Yucatan in Mexico. During an event of this project, the US representative said, oh, by the way, I noticed the soil moisture content in the peninsula of Yucatan in a certain area is very high. And then the hurricane is coming. So you may want to take a look at this information. Is this information available? Yes, it is. How can I have access to it? So I can respond better to that incoming storm and avoid floods or respond to the population that will be affected by it. And then the last two, we have our North American land change cover, land change monitoring system. This is a collaboration between the mapping and statistical agencies of the three countries. In this particular one, we create the maps of the land change, and you can see there the Columbia Glacier in Alaska, how it has changed from 2010 to 2020 as the effects of climate change affect or impact the area. And also, this is a new project that we are just starting. The first mitigation strategies for short-lived climate pollutants will be looking at methane emissions and the use of satellite information to measure and detect methane and improve the estimates of methane in the three countries. So it can be used for mitigation strategies. And here I'll leave you with the key questions. How can we improve the availability of this information? How can we work together to make this information more relevant to different applications? How can we integrate indigenous knowledge in these types of, not only the observations, but in the analysis of the information? And also, how can we use this information to advance environmental justice? And again, the key one, what opportunities exist in the three countries to leverage these technologies between now and 2030? And that's what we're asking from you and after the panel. Thank you very much. And Julian?
Muy bien, gracias Orlando. Por cierto, me di
Thank you,
cuenta,
Orlando. I noticed,
yo conozco a Orlando desde hace
I
muchos
know,
años y
I've
se me
known
olvida
Orlando for many years,
presentarse bien a ustedes.
and I didn't introduce him
Orlando
to you.
Cabrera Rivera,
Orlando Cabrera
jefe de
Rivera, head
calidad
of the
ambiental
environmental quality
SSA. Que falla, discúlpame.
area in
Ahora sí,
the
quisiera
CSC.
invitar a
I
nuestros
apologize.
tres panelistas
Now, I would
a
like to
pasar.
ask our three
If I can
panelists,
invite Steve, Judy, and Blanca,
Steve, Judy, and Blanca,
and join us. Con esa introducción y esa
with
perspectiva
that
que nos
introduction and
acaba
that
de dar
perspective
Orlando,
that Orlando just
creo que
gave
nos
us,
empezamos
I
a dar
think that
cuenta
we
de la
start
importancia
noticing about
de
the
este tema.
importance of this
Para
topic.
los no iniciados,
For those of you who are not familiarized,
extraña un
it
poco
seems
técnico
a
el
very
tema de tecnologías
strange
de observación de
topic
tierra,
or
pero sin
very
duda
technical
son temas
with regards to Earth
centrales
observation.
y
These are
inspirados
central,
por esos ejemplos,
and thank you
Orlando.
for those examples, Orlando.
Bien,
Okay,
entonces creo
now,
que es momento
I think that this is the moment
comenzar
to start with
nuestra sesión
our
de presentación
sessions,
formal.
a
Ahora,
formal
¿qué va a pasar
presentation.
aquí?
Now, what's going to happen
Esta es la
here?
parte quizás más fácil
This
de
is the
entender.
easiest
Tendremos a
part
tres
to
panelistas
understand. We have three
cuyas
panelists
presentaciones
whose
nos ayudarán
presentations will
a
help us
entender la
to
problemática,
understand the problem and the topic, and from there, I will ask you to write down your questions. Those of you who are online as well as those of you in person. And I'm going to ask you to the three presenters before we go to the questions and dialogue for those of you who are present and online. Okay, first, it's a pleasure to invite Steve DeRoy from Anishinaabe Suntu from the First Nation and the First Nation of the Manitoba Lake in the territory covered by Treaty 2 in the territory called Canada. Steve is co-founder and president of the Firelight Group, as well as founder of the virtual map, Indigenous Mapping Collective. That collective has headquarters in Vancouver, British Columbia. And I'm very happy to invite Steve to say a few words. Steve?
Okay, gracias. Well, thank you to the organizers of the event for inviting me to speak here today. I have a lot of information that I'm going to be presenting, so I've timed it, and it should take within 12 minutes. Oh, I pulled off the wrong one. No, I didn't. I'm good. Good morning. My name's Steve DeRoy. As I was introduced, I'm the founder, majority owner, and chief executive officer of the Firelight Group. And I walk between two worlds, one in my ceremonial space as a cultural leader and Sundance chief, and in my professional space as a cartographer, entrepreneur, and business leader. I got my start in cartography and GIS in 1995. I earned a Master's of Science in GIS in 2013, and I have been primarily working with Indigenous nations and organizations most of my career. I'm going to share with you some of the things that I've learned over the past 29 years. I'm going to provide a quick introduction to Firelight, then introduce an important area of work where mapping is critical to understanding Indigenous knowledge, community land use, and priorities, followed by an introduction to the Indigenous Mapping Collective. So Firelight was founded in 2010. We are trusted leaders in the field of Indigenous consulting services, providing innovative approaches to community-driven research, engagement, and implementation to realize Indigenous sovereignty and jurisdiction. Our approach focuses on things that matter most to the Indigenous nations we are working for. The nations decide the research agenda, and our job is to help them carry this out. Firelight offers a suite of services that fall under these broad categories: research, advisory, and technical services. We have a team of over 135 professionals who are situated across Canada. We also have offices at the Squamish Nation in West Vancouver, Victoria, Edmonton, and Toronto. We work primarily for Indigenous nations and Indigenous organizations. We feel honored to have worked with knowledge holders, Indigenous elders, community experts, all to assist them with projects, and are proud of the influence. I'm proud to influence change in a positive way for communities. Firelight is the leader in Indigenous-led studies. And we design every project with the intent of building or enhancing skills at the community level so that they may carry this work on into the future. I want to talk about Indigenous-led studies, funding, data priorities, or data principles, engagement, and restoring the map. I believe Indigenous peoples should be the drivers of these processes. The outcome of being engaged from the outset provides numerous benefits to Indigenous peoples. In many cases, Indigenous nations have many requests for engagement. So we have to remember it might not be a matter of whether or not they are capable of carrying out community-led processes, but rather whether they have the time, resources, and funding to do this work.
Due to the amount of requests from outside organizations to respond to development applications, many Indigenous nations have established their own policies around what constitutes consultation and accommodation measures. It is critical that any Indigenous-led initiative has adequate and sufficient financial resources to carry this out. There are many competing priorities at the community level, and this work should not be under-resourced. These are some of the costs that should be considered for any community engagement efforts. Efforts for engagement should be fully funded by proponents and governments who are asking for input from Indigenous peoples. The outcome of high-quality Indigenous-led studies can result in these types of reports and products. It is the nation we are working for that decides the priorities for that research, and our job is to produce high-quality research results. I will speak about increasing data quality metrics in a later slide. Before we dive into engagement, I want to introduce you to 3 data principles. The first principle is called free, prior, and informed consent. FPIC deals with providing adequate information to all participants in advance of engagement to ensure they are informed of how research results will be used. Effort needs to be taken towards gaining consent from knowledge holders without coercion. So what is consent? Well, if we think about it in this manner, this might help. All engagements must consider the importance of earning consent from Indigenous peoples, but also the risk of losing consent. These are some of the ways that FPIC can be applied in community-led processes. FPIC involves, at a minimum, introducing and explaining your initiative, implementing confidentiality and usage protocols, consider data management from the outset, and have regular data backups and data storage solutions in place. The second principle that coincides with FPIC is the notion of OCAP, or ownership, control, access, and possession. OCAP was designed by the First Nations Governance Center with the intent to provide Indigenous data governance principles. Any information created about Indigenous peoples should reflect on this principle. And the third principle is data governance, or data sovereignty. Many nations are moving towards implementing a data governance framework for all data and information about them. This strategy should clearly identify a vision, guiding principles, roles and responsibilities, and classification of all information. Many Indigenous nations produce data dictionaries or a comprehensive metadata documents that describe the sources, creators, date of creation, formats, and reliability of the information. Before carrying out your engagement efforts, it's important to incorporate these considerations. All engagements must consider language that is understandable, that the community is actively involved in a participatory decision-making, is inclusive of the broad community, designed in collaboration with the nation, is verification focused, and the results are shared with the community, that it contains open and transparent communication, recognizes the uniqueness of community needs, and is constantly on the lookout for new methods and innovative tools. Okay. Typically, we may host a community meeting to earn broad community buy-in. We follow community protocols and ceremony at these meetings and provide as much information about the project we are embarking on to ensure everyone understands the goals of the engagement. For all projects, we adopt an official confidentiality agreement or consent forms for all participants who are engaging in the research. These documents lay out concrete terms for how the data will be collected, used, and protected. We make sure all participants have all the information needed for informed consent. And through our engagements, we'll do our best to involve all aspects of the community, from elders to young people to men and women, and a cross-distribution of various families from the community. Indigenous knowledge studies have a long history of names, but these are some of the acronyms we might hear. But they all have one thing in common. It's systematic and it's evidence-based. The outcome of an effective community-led engagement process looks something like this. The nation can go through the process of restoring place and space, and this can be an important healing exercise that positions the nation's interests in the forefront. It changes the narrative of go elsewhere to identifying preferred areas. And we have seen an evolution of mapping, starting with paper mapping, and this process produces a lot of maps, which then need to be redrawn and digitized using GIS technologies. Working with Indigenous peoples around the globe, Firelight developed and refined the directed digital mapping method. This was in response to shortened timelines for us as Indigenous peoples to respond to major development applications in our territories. We had to be innovative and adapt technologies to suit our needs. We use Google Earth as our base map, and in a digital environment, the map can be zoomed in and panned around to enable us to be able to find where we are on the land. Natural features are very apparent. For example, individual trees, sandy areas versus grassy areas, and the map can be also tilted in a three-dimensional view. And we can add all of our map features right on top of this imagery. The mapping interviews a semi-structured conversation with each participant. Depending on their knowledge and experience, we may dive deeper into each of these categories. And we carry out numerous interviews with community members and record on maps, audio, and video their experiences on the lands and waters in their territories. While these interviews cannot represent the participants' entire life history, the values become anchor points to a much broader set of land use values and experiences, thus creating a collective map. And each interview produces two distinct outputs, a qualitative site-specific data set on the left and a rich qualitative set of narratives on the right. With the map data, we can often generalize and buffer the data for public consumption while also maintaining raw points, lines, and polygons for internal confidential use. We will also transcribe the audio files and analyze them into themes. It is through this analysis that we can incorporate the narratives and the testimonies of individuals while honoring what was said. Okay. At the bare minimum, each map value that is documented should contain the who, what, where, when, and why, as shown on the left. These are known as data diamonds. And it is through the thousands of interviews we've conducted with that we've realized we need to advance Indigenous data quality metrics. We've come up with a new standard for data quality, which we call data stars, which is more culturally in line with our epistemologies. Data stars also include documenting the ecological value of the site, the kinship relationships associated with that value, the Indigenous knowledge transfer that occurs by participating in the activity, and the relational aspect of each site to other sites. And at the end of the study, there are two sets of deliverables that get repatriated to the community. One is an internal confidential version of all research data, maps, audio, transcripts, and reports. And data repatriation ends at the end of the study, and Firelight does not own this data. There is another non-confidential version that may get shared with proponents, government, or funding agencies. But what gets shared is dependent on the verification processes and the community's direction. This is a public example of the outcome of D2D mapping. In the spring and summer of 2011, Firelight supported the Treaty 8 Tribal Association to carry out a traditional land use study for BC Hydro's proposed Site Seal hydroelectric dam. We completed 81 use and occupancy mapping interviews with 77 elders and land users in 4 participating First Nations. Sorry. The project was granted federal and provincial environmental approvals on October 14th, 2014. However, the joint review panel concluded that the proposed Site C project would cause a number of significant adverse impacts to the environment, but also significant adverse impacts to the rights of the Treaty 8 First Nations, and that some of these effects could not be mitigated. The nations have since negotiated an impact and benefit agreement, and this Peace River Valley has recently been flooded. This is another example of a research study that relied on the Tlicho Nation's community knowledge, and expertise. The Tlicho were carrying out a study that addressed the impacts of a mine on their Indigenous rights. Firelight carried out 31 interviews in the Yellowknife, Wati, Gamity, in the Northwest Territories. This map shows the proposed mining activity would affect the Tlicho Nation's members' ability to travel to and from their trapping areas. It's mapping efforts such as this that can contribute to stronger understanding of resource development on climate change and to impacts to Indigenous rights, title, and interests. And I think I'm out of time, so I won't go on to the next piece, but unless you let me. Okay, he's gonna let me. All right. I will talk about the Indigenous Mapping Collective and how we're building a global community of Indigenous mappers. For far too long, Indigenous peoples have been excluded from the map. We're changing that. The pace of technological developments is daunting and staggering. In the past 29 years, I have seen a rapid shift from paper mapping to desktop computing to mobile mapping to now cloud-based computing. For someone new to mapping, where do they start? But this also opens up questions about data sovereignty, ownership of data, and among other issues for Indigenous peoples. I have experience investing time in tools only to have them discontinued. So it's important to think about the longevity of data and tools and designing your projects for the long term. Mapping is a form of storytelling. How we tell our stories relies on data, analysis, and presentation. Our culture guides our approach to storytelling, and it's important to know what tools and data we need to synthesize. Indigenous mapping requires that we need to use a variety of open source and proprietary software and tools to achieve our maps. Maps are not new to Indigenous peoples and have been used for generations to share our stories and assert Indigenous rights. Indigenous maps allow Indigenous peoples to share their stories and protect their rights to their homelands by identifying what matters most. Indigenous mapping occurs when Indigenous people are in the driver's seat leading the data collection process. There are many ways in which Indigenous mapping data can be collected, and there are many tools that can be used in that data collection. Often the best source of information is from people who know those places and have been taught from generation to generation. Not all data can be shared publicly, but it's also important as Indigenous peoples to acknowledge and celebrate the knowledge and stories that, through maps. The Indigenous Mapping Workshop has been an Indigenous-led event focused on building a global community of Indigenous mappers, and we create safe spaces for Indigenous people to talk and share these stories, increase their spatial literacy, expose them to the wide variety of technologies and techniques, and advance Indigenous pedagogies of mapping and research methodologies. We are fortunate to have built strong partnerships with various community-based and Indigenous-led organizations. And we've also been very fortunate to create strong partnerships with numerous technology, education, and government organizations. Since 2014, we have organized 15 events around the globe. We have also supported our Indigenous partners in Aotearoa in New Zealand with 2 events and held 4 events in Australia to help launch the Indigenous Mapping Workshop Australia. We are excited for the next year as we'll be supporting 2 events with our global partners, one in Brisbane, Australia in June 2025, and one in Hamilton, Aotearoa in September 2025. In partnership with the First Nations University of Canada, participants can earn micro-credentials for their participation in our events. This is a unique opportunity to provide university-level certification for in-person participation with a combination of presentations, including keynotes, lightning rounds and panels, along with hands-on training from technical partners. Students provide a reflective assignment at the end of the workshop to demonstrate what they've learned. We're proud of the global network of Indigenous mappers we've created. We have created an online virtual space that houses the largest global network of Indigenous mappers. It is free for all Indigenous peoples, and we have a variety of rates for non-Indigenous members. The Indigenous Mapping Collective allows Indigenous mappers to connect with each other and to have premier access to mapping resources. We have over 2,500 members, 150 plus sessions, available on demand, over 100 hours of training content, and access to 40 plus training mapping trainers on the collective. So to learn more, I encourage you to please visit us at indigenousmaps.com. And with that, I say, get you miigwech.
Thanks, Steve. Muy interesante. Y hablando de mapas.
Everything was very, very interesting. Our next speaker is Blanca Sanchez Reyes. She's Zapotec. She was born in San Miguel, Xochitepec, Oaxaca. And she has devoted to community work since 2010. And in 2012, she co-founded the Esvin Bean Semilla for the agriculture, which is alternatives for agroecology and forest conservation to address the environmental issues in Oaxaca. And we will hear a very interesting story about mapping and mappers in Oaxaca. So let's give her a warm round of applause.
Bueno, pues buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Very glad to be here to share the work that has been done in the Bean Semilla para la Siembra organization. My name is Blanca Sanchez. I am a Zapotec indigenous woman from the community of San Miguel Xochitepec from the South Mountain Range in Oaxaca. I want to share with all of you the work that has been done in our organization, which started to use Earth observation technologies with a community approach to manage the life sources in our communities. Before anything else, I would like to share our story. In our organization was founded in 2012 as a result of a hydrological basin project with WWF Mexico. This organization and also the organization of Fundación Jimeno Salo. I was 16 then. And we started with a group of community promoters and children from the community to become involved in conservation activities. Back then, we realized that we had the possibility of taking actions to preserve our land. And with this group of promoters, we created what our organization is now. Our main objective is to strengthen local capacities because we understood that we, the people from the land, are the ones that have to create those skills and capacities to co-create the different options to address the problems that we have in our territory. So this is the map where we are located. In red, you can see the basin of Palitas, Amatan, Huatulco. In this phase, we started working in our municipality, but nowadays we have included more municipalities and more basins in the state of Oaxaca. And as part of our work, the main environmental issues that we identify is the bad management of the forest due to illegal logging and the change of use of land, as well as the erosion and soil pollution that has led to the loss of fertility. Now, finally, lack of water. Even though we live in a mountain range with a lot of water, there's a lack of water due to runoff. All the water goes directly to the ocean, and there are bad water practices, bad water management practices. So we implemented 3 strategic lines for a good basin management based on forest, water, and land, with 3 cross-sectional actors that are part of interculturality, gender equality, social and economic aspects, learning communities, and also social communication. I would like to share with all of you some of the works that we have developed in the last 2 years. Well, we started this with the participative planning of the territory that together with the people from the community, we analyzed the problems of the territory based on the community participative mapping. In our communities, we have the information from our land. First, we draw with the people the problems, the issues, environmental issues, and then we digitalize everything, and that information is used to make decisions. In this project, we 8 communities from this territory are participating, where the main environmental issues have been identified. This is an image that with the support of the organizations, we can see a layer where we can see the priority areas for the Copalita Basin conservation. You can see the polygon of a municipality where we are going to be working on, and as you can see, it is partially covered in yellow and red. This means that there is a lot of degradation, and it is essential to work in that area. So that's where we start making certain decisions. These are the actions we have developed after identifying all these problems based on biodiversity conservation. We started diversity production through native species, and these plants are donated to the different communities. And we have developed social reforestation processes and also natural assisted regeneration. And as an organization, we monitor the growth and survival of all the actions and reforestation processes in the field. And also the forest structure and composition through geographical information systems. This is a video. I hope we can play the video. You can see how vegetation monitor takes place in the reforestation areas. We will be able to identify a polygon of a specific plot where we survey different polygons and different sampling points. What can you see? The regeneration that has been achieved in the territory and the behavior of the territory and the forest as well. In terms of water, we have been implementing sustainable use models through the community monitoring of aquatic macro invertebrates, and we have also identified the priority points to do the sampling, and with the sampling, we monitor the water quality in the communities. With that, we decide which actions can be taken in our rivers and springs. This is why we have been able to monitor, to create the conservation practices in the springs and the use and management of eco-technologies. We have also established drip irrigation systems in the productive parcels where we are working on. About the land, we have implemented demonstration plots. We have established demonstration plots in different crops, and we have monitored these areas. We have implemented agroecological innovative actions because we believe that it is important to take care of the soil, and these practices allow us to have food that is free from pesticides. The results in this year, we have implemented 200 hectares reforested through reforestation and natural regeneration of pine oak with monitoring in 9 municipalities. We're also carrying out the monitoring through 3 climatological stations, the establishing of 3 sample plots, and agroecological management plans. Something that we have to mention is the strengthening of those community processes, governance processes, which are very important in these territories. And what are the challenges and areas for opportunity? We heard our colleague, and together with the challenges that we have is one, access to technology in the communities. It's very difficult to have access to a computer and even to the platforms, digital platforms where we can carry out all that work. The training, financial resources, and the quality of the data. I think it is important to emphasize the strength, which is what covers these processes, because they are the strengths of social processes, community social processes, and these are the basis that we are developing in the indigenous communities with the collaboration and generation of networks. And I think that that is the most important part. And this is what we come and do this week. And I want to close sharing this photograph. And this is the work that we're carrying out with children in the community. This is a group of environmental promoters. And when I started, they were still there. And today we continue providing support. And they are the youth. They are the users, so they will be using this information that is being generated in order to make decisions and to face climate change, and that this can help in order to work for a better world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Blanca. Fascinating experiences that we're hearing today. And we already start having doubts, questions, and reactions, and several people here and online. Please write your questions, put them on the chat online, and we will have the opportunity of answering questions for those of you who are in person. Now I'm going to introduce Judy Lai, and she's with the Carbon Mapper, and she identifies satellite with regards to greenhouse gases. And the most important part of them is to convert the data in order to use them. Judy Lai also spent many years in NASA. She would send up missiles. And Judy,
Buenos dias. Good morning, everybody. My name is Judy Lai Norling. I am from Carbon Mapper, a new nonprofit that started in 2021. As Julian mentioned, I came from NASA. I had almost 15 years at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where I started my career working on planetary missions, going to Mars and Jupiter and the great beyond. But my passion really was for making technology work for society. So the last 5 years of my career at NASA JPL was actually in earth sciences, where I spent a lot of time working on how to get NASA data to non-NASA users. So I worked in many areas of water resources, disaster response, sea level change, et cetera. And then when Carbon Mapper came along, it was a wonderful opportunity for me to be able to apply my experiences to an incredible mission that is really translating to data on the ground. So I want to tell you a little bit about Carbon Mapper, but I'm going to skip a couple of slides because I think the pictures tell 1,000 words here. So I'm very excited to share some of the imagery from our very new satellites. Okay, so what is Carbon Mapper? As I mentioned, Carbon Mapper is a nonprofit. We started in 2021, and our mission is to deliver actionable methane and carbon dioxide data around the world. Carbon Mapper also refers to a public-private partnership between Carbon Mapper, the nonprofit, NASA, Planet Labs, a private satellite company, as well as many others in this partnership to build, launch, and operate satellites to detect methane and carbon dioxide. I'm very excited to share that our first satellite, Tanager 1, launched in August 16th, just a few months ago, and we're already starting to get data from all around the world. Our long-term goal with these satellites is that we want to eventually build a constellation, many of these satellites, so that we can eventually track 90% of the high-emitting methane and carbon dioxide sources around the world. But what makes us unique is we focus on what are called point sources. So our technology actually enables us to see methane and carbon dioxide at individual facilities, and I'll be showing you those examples coming up. We do a lot of work working with industry, governments, other stakeholders to translate the data into real action on the ground. And that is one of the many reasons why I'm so excited to be working on this mission. We believe in transparency and credible science. And so all of the methane and carbon dioxide data that we collect is publicly available on our website, and anybody can go and look and explore on that website. So I will skip most of this slide, but I just wanted to mention the remote sensing technology that we use is called imaging spectroscopy. It is basically a very fancy camera that sees many, many different colors and with from both the visible into the infrared. And we use parts of those colors to be able to detect the methane and carbon dioxide. And as I mentioned, again, there are several different missions using this type of technology, but the way that we have set up our sensors is that we can see these methane and CO2 plumes at the scale of individual facilities, but at the same time covering very wide areas. So that's where we get the combination of the global coverage, but with local action. So I'm going to skip ahead to some very exciting images. So we launched on August 16th, 2024. Then we had to, make sure the satellite was working. But a little bit over 4 weeks later, we got our very first image over Karachi, Pakistan, both with the instrument itself. So you can see on the left-hand side, those are the 432 colors that we collect with this instrument. But within that image, it's very exciting to announce, we also saw our very first methane plume that same day. And this is a landfill outside of Karachi, Pakistan. That same day, we also saw in Monterrey, Mexico, methane plumes over a landfill in Monterrey. What is very notable about this particular collection is that usually with this technology, we can't see through clouds. We always try to be very careful with people. We can only see during daylight. We have to see during sunny days. But you can see on the upper right here how incredible these clouds are close together, and yet we can still see the methane through that. So this is truly, we partnered with NASA to design this instrument, and it is truly one of the best new imaging spectrometers on the planet. Again, the same day, our technology can see both methane and carbon dioxide, and we were able to detect carbon dioxide outside of Johannesburg, South Africa, at a power plant. And you can also see the detail with which you can see the actual facility underneath where that plume is coming from. And so that level of detail is what allows us to work with operators on the ground to go to that site, find that piece of leaky equipment, talk with the regulators, let them know what's actually happening, and working together to actually mitigate these methane emissions. Along those lines, about a few weeks ago, we had our very first methane mitigation success story. So the Permian Basin in Texas is the largest oil and gas basin in the United States. It spans Texas, New Mexico. It is huge. So there are many, many oil and gas companies there. We see plumes all the time. Some methane plumes we have seen for years at the same locations. In this case, we detected a methane plume as you see on the left-hand side on October 9th. We then notified the Texas Railroad Authority, which was the agency that had regulation over that particular location, as well as the United States Federal Pipeline Safety Administration, PHMSA. And they sent out investigators to go look. They contacted the facility owner. They went, looked at it, found out it was a leaky piece of equipment. They fixed it, and then our satellite went over a couple of weeks later. We also had an airplane out there at the same time to verify that we could no longer see this methane emissions. So this is one of those great examples where we can take immediate action with this and send people on the ground to fix it. This is one of those stories where this is a case of immediate action, but as we collect all of this data over time, then we can also tell stories about what is the overall inventory for methane and carbon dioxide. What are the trends, both at a local level, at a regional level, at a country level? And so some of the examples where stakeholders are already using our data to drive action is we have some sector-specific initiatives around the world, including partnerships with the Global Energy Monitor and the Rocky Mountain Institute, now RMI, and the Clean Air Task Force. They are using our data for a new tool called the Waste Methane Assessment Platform, WasteMap, which includes both our data, but also other sources of data that tell people about the landfills, about the waste facilities that are emitting methane, and provides diagnostic information on how operators and regulators can help to mitigate those methane emissions. In addition, Carbon Mapper is part of the Lowering Organic Waste Initiative, Low Methane Initiative, which was announced at last year's United Nations Conference of Parties. And this is led by the US State Department and the Coalition for Clean Air Task Force. And this is a partnership to try to tackle waste methane at the jurisdictional level. So at the local level, we are working with cities around the world in cooperation with the group C40, which is working with subnational governments to, again, take our data, take other pieces of data, understand what is happening on a local scale. Also, then taking that, understanding what needs to be done, bridging that with project finance, really looking at that long-term life cycle on what needs to be done to mitigate methane. But it starts with the data, collecting, understanding where these things are happening. In addition to these global sector-specific initiatives, we have nonprofits that are leveraging our data to inform policy. And this is not just policy on greenhouse gases, but one thing that's very important about methane and carbon dioxide is it is also it correlates greatly to air pollution and public health impacts. So we have advocacy groups like the Food and Water Watch and Industrious Labs that are already taking our data, incorporating these into their community activism to inform methane mitigation and talk with governments to inform policy gaps. I don't have the example here, but we're working with another group called PSE Health Energy, where they take our methane emissions and they use that as a proxy to identify harmful pollutants like benzene, which can cause major health problems over time with a lot of public exposure. There's also the immediate danger of explosive hazards when there's a lot of methane. So, for me, the methane and CO2 applications of Carbon Mapper data goes beyond climate change. It feeds into these topics of public health, air pollution, environmental justice. Finally, we have other global organizations that are using our data to develop other projects, such as the World Bank. They're using this for the Global Flaring Report. They, again, informing projects for identifying projects that will lead to methane mitigations and can lead to project financing and improvements. Finally, I did want to, let's see if I can go back. I mentioned we have a public data portal. Anybody can go to our website and look at the data that we already have. We have over 16,000 methane plumes already on our website from the last 10 years of data that we have been collecting with aircraft, with the International Space Station, and now we have our satellite adding data to this as well. We also have over 800 carbon dioxide plumes. With this tool, you can look at individual facilities. You can also look at trends over time. You can look at summary statistics for regional, for sector specific. We have an API. It is a very powerful tool. I'm happy to say that we won some awards last year for the design of this tool. But really, truly, this is an extremely easy tool to use. And also, it is now available on mobile. So you can just go right now to data.carbonmapper.org and play around with this, zoom into where you live and take a look. But I want to close by saying, I started my career in space and on big space missions. And obviously that is a passion of mine. But I will say, I think translating that data from space into action and teaching people on the ground how to use it and lead to action is actually a harder challenge than building satellites. And so I really look forward to this next phase of the Carbon Mapper mission, where we are engaging with local and community groups to tackle this next big challenge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judy, Steve, and Blanca. Gracias. Fascinante serie
Fascinating series of presentations, information presented from the most local to the spatial, and very strange. We don't have too much distance between spatial and micro-local. We are seeing very interesting ties using technologies of open access, of common access, and that in some cases you have also used some of these technologies. I am seeing several common topics here between the three presentations. To start, the collection and the documentation and the visualization of local information and local information. I think that that is very important. What do we have? What are the resources that we have? What do we have to protect? What do we have to restore? What do we have to prevent, like Judy said? And I like the part of how to combine recollection methods through adequate methods of one, the communities, and with their own objectives, and combining methods in accordance to local groups. Very interesting. And in these processes, we are creating capabilities, new knowledge, but nothing happens without the action and the alliance. The three presentations have information that is useful to use it, document it, visualize it, and then we have action in alliances and working with different subnational governments. Remember that part of our cross-cutting topics are in knowledge and indigenous knowledge and participation, work with sub-governmental groups, and it's very, very interesting. Okay, now we have a moment in the exchange with the panelists. We have several questions that we have received from the participants online. I would like to read first a question from our online participants. We also have here the possibility of asking questions. Where's Julie? Julie is in the back with a portable microphone, with a handheld microphone. And Julie, there's a question over here. And please get online so we can answer a question that we have online. There is a question for you. What is the relationship with the commissioners from the ejidos to select the people who work in the processes of participating mapping? And Steve, I think it would be the same question. Where do these people come from? Where do they participate? How can we identify those who Blanca and then Steve. Blanca. The territory where we are is in Oaxaca with a common good head, and this is a different way of leading a community. First, we invite the municipal and communal leaders to address the problems that in the land. We are the ones that can identify that if we have a problem related to illegal logging or a lack of water, and then we start mapping with a participative mapping approach and with the common goods leader. And this is done with the young people as well. And we identify the people that are interested in participating in these processes. But this is done with open participation. And we also hold meetings where we present the strategies derived from this working group and make sure that these are feasible activities we can work on. Now I want to switch to English.
How do you find the right people? Who do you know who needs to be in the room? What if they're not in the room and they should have been in the room? How do you manage the participation piece?
We often leave the choice of who's in the room to the communities that we're working with. Oftentimes, it's the rights holders that are engaged in the process. We often will organize several community coordinators to bring people to those meetings and bring people to those interviews and mapping interviews. And if I think of my family, for example, I know some of my aunties and uncles and cousins who I would probably talk to. And I'd also know that there's some people in other families from my community that, we don't often overlap. And so if you can get coordinators from all the various families who have those linkages to the broader community, in some cases, we have upwards of 4 to 6 community coordinators who are responsible to bring people to the table. And they'll contact their aunties and uncles and cousins and folks that they know.
Word gets around.
Yes, word gets around. And also, doing good work. People speak about the work that you're doing pretty fast in the community. So when you show up and you say we're doing interviews, a lot of people find out pretty quickly. And so we rely on social media tools like Facebook or Instagram or Snapchat and let people, the word spreads pretty quickly. So.
Yeah. Do you ever find people are nervous about sharing information, that maybe there's information that will be misused or misappropriated against them? How do you manage those concerns?
I think most people come to the table thinking they don't have the knowledge. And when we start down this path of asking questions like, well, what's your name? Where'd you grow up? Who's your family? Have you done these particular activities in your lifetime? Many times people will start the interview saying, I don't have a lot to offer. And by the end, we'll have a nice, beautiful, full map of experiences that they've shared with us. And our job as researchers is really about documenting that in a really rigorous way, like that we record it, we follow protocols and apply the methodologies consistently because that information is very, very important, not only to the community, but to other stakeholders like government and industry.
Judy, a question for you. You gave that beautiful example of the methane leak that was solved rather quickly, actually, and it's a lovely example. How do you work in partnership where you find these problems? It sounds like they were receptive, others may be less receptive, others may not even pick up the phone. How do you make these alliances with people who need to take action on the things that you are identifying?
Yeah, it definitely is a challenge there. As I mentioned in the Texas example, you can imagine there are some parties that would prefer not to know. In this case, we did get lucky. We were able to connect with an organization, with an agent that worked there that was particularly interested in taking action. It can be very challenging to identify the right partner. So at this point in time, we're really starting from the top down. We have a lot of good relationships with the EPA, with ECCC, with ENAC. We are trying to build upon which agencies, which partners to work with, and then starting from the top down, continuing to find the next level of who are the right partners and who are the local stakeholders that want to take action. So there's that aspect of it. On a more more broader level, there is just the idea of getting the data out there, right? So the more that the data is available and the more that people are aware that these methane and CO2 emissions are happening in their communities, the more local stakeholders can speak up and then drive action from their local community leaders or their local politicians.
Wow,
We're going to
fascinating.
try to tackle for both ends.
So partly it's about building cooperative partnerships, but also it's about letting people run with the information and take action that they see fit with the sources of pollution or the polluters, depending on what the particular issue is. Fascinating. Ok, cambiando el español. Ahora sí, señor, disculpe,
I'm going to switch into the English. So please, it's your turn. Okay. Okay, who's next?
Thank you. My question is for Ms. Judy. My name is Victoria Matias. I work with Texas Health and Environment Alliance. So this tool is very, very interesting to me because we do work at that intersection of environmental hazards and public health. And you mentioned working from the top down. So I am curious to know if any of this data is regularly being used for regulatory purposes. And if not, do you see a pathway forward to being able to utilize this data for regulatory action?
Yes, so we have an incredibly strong partnership with the state of California. So our team has been working with the California Air Resources Board for almost 10 years now. And the satellite data has been incorporated both into the methane regulations as from the legal perspective, but also from the operational perspective. The Air Resources Board has been very active in taking our data, generating reports, sharing that immediately with operators, and then working with the operators to mitigate whatever the situation may be, whether it's a leak or identifying the processes. And it turns out that half of the time, these events are actually addressable. So that's a really fantastic story for us. We're working with other jurisdictions. The state of Colorado is very interested. We're having discussions with other states, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, et cetera. In the US, the EPA has started to fold the satellite measurements into their methane rules and regulations. It is just starting. And so we'll see if we can continue down that path. But certainly there's a lot of momentum there. And internally, we have a lot of strong partnerships with various levels at the regional level there. So, it is marching towards using satellite and remote sensing data to help inform methane regulations for sure. In other countries, in Europe is also developing methane rules, which will incorporate remote sensing, and then other countries are following as well.
Okay. Okay, buenísimo. Ahora volvemos
This
al
is
español.
great.
Tenemos una pregunta
We have a
para alguien de
question
nuestros participantes online.
from our online participants.
Blanca estaba dirigida hacia
Blanca,
ti.
this question is addressed to you. What type of training is the one that is mostly required in the communities you work in? And this is linked to historic questions. You said that you have learned a lot. You started this when you were 16. That's what you said. And what have you learned? What would you suggest to communities that would like to organize similar efforts? What type of training is necessary, and what recommendations would you provide for the communities that would like to replicate the experience you just mentioned? Well, I believe that part of the training sessions should include understanding the use of geographical data. For sometimes this is very limited. Sometimes we are taught geography and mapping very superficially, thinking that this is only the state division in the country, but I think that it is very important to share with the communities that we may have other ways of looking at the territory. We look at the territory and we use our senses, but we can use also satellite images to share very valuable data, and also the use of geographical information. And we looked at Google Maps, which is part of what we use, and we also have other tools, other platforms. For example, my panel fellows, they shared some information about that. They shared GIS platforms and information that can be used through different software and websites. Now, this is the last question. Yeah, you raised your hand. Good morning, everyone. I would like to congratulate the organizers of this event and also the speakers. I have a question for each of you because I am also indigenous. I am Ñañú from the state of Hidalgo. And as an indigenous person, I would like to ask the Canadian speaker, congratulations first, because we, the indigenous in Mexico, do not have the technology. And it would be very, very interesting to see how we can learn those technologies and knowledge that we miss, that we lack here. And another aspect is the organization. We are in the territory, in the land, but we lack this technology to be able to move forward. This is extremely interesting. I am working in the mountain range in Oaxaca, in Sinantenca, with 5 municipalities, and I would love to know how we can create more opportunities. I am part of a civil society, and we're working in different areas. There's a lot of deforestation in Oaxaca, and we can feel the climate with landslides. The rivers are overtopping because they to carry the sediments of the trees, the land that used to be held by the trees. And now these sediments go to the rivers, and we need to include indigenous knowledge in policy making. And it was very interesting to listen to the other speaker as well. Have you have you talked to the government of Mexico for the refineries, for example, for the oil producing infrastructure? There are many landfills that create a lot of pollution. We would love to see what we can do, because those two technologies can help us help reduce the way we are polluting everything. So that would be my question for each of the speakers. Thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate all of you. So we have 1 minute per person, per speaker, to provide an answer to the part. So let's start with Steve, and then Blanca.
Technology sharing, capacity building, how do we do it?
Absolutely. We start with the community first, and we look at what the needs are, and then we leverage our partnerships. We've been working with Google since 2010. We've been working with Esri, which is the maker of the mapping software, since 2016. And then NASA has been a partner as well since 2018, NASA and the Canadian Space Agency. So what we do is we leverage those partnerships to be able to come and provide that training. So if that's something that you want to see in Mexico, we would certainly be interested in having a conversation to organize that.
Great, great. Blanca, los vecinos están interesados en tu trabajo. ¿Cómo hacemos para colaborar?
Pues yo creo que justo el territorio oaxaqueño podemos compartir muchas similitudes. Uno creo que es el proceso organizativo que tenemos en las comunidades oaxaqueñas, y creo que sería pues sentarnos, platicar, compartir las experiencias de trabajo, porque creo que también la organización donde está usted pues ha tenido trabajo en el territorio, y ver cómo generar esa alianza para la búsqueda de fondos principalmente, que es de lo que carecemos en las comunidades, y posteriormente, ¿no? Vincular estos esfuerzos para ir generando propuestas de colaboración.
Excelente. And Judy, any inroads with relationships, federal, subnational, local, in Mexico?
Sure.
Judy, ¿cuál es tu aportación en México? I'm sorry.
On the local side, I want to emphasize that one thing that is very important is making the data accessible to anybody. So it was very important for us to develop a mobile version of the data portal so that you don't need to have a very expensive computer or software to be able to look at what's happening. We are working next year on translating our materials into local languages to make sure that that is more easily understandable. But what will also help us from the local side is partnering with groups who can tell us what is happening on the ground. What are the local conditions, both in terms of physical conditions, societal conditions, as well as political conditions that we have to work with in order to get some of these policies and changes in place. With regards to the national level, we have been building relationships with Mexico, with ENEC. We also work with some of our NGO partners, such as the Clean Air Coalition and the Clean Air Task Force, to continue to strengthen those relationships. And so I look forward to developing those in the years to come.
Okay, muy bien. Bueno, colegas, hay mucho más.
Great. There's so much to talk, but we have time constraints, which time is a non-renewable source. So, but I would like to invite all of you to give our three speakers a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Presentations will be available for your access in the CEC website, and I will interpret that our three speakers are always open to receive contact ideas, emails, calls, requests from all of you and from all the people online as well. So, thank you very much.
Bueno, bienvenidos, bienvenidas, colegas.
Welcome back to the second half of our first day. This CEC forum. I hope you enjoyed your meal. The ones that are at home, I hope you enjoyed your kitchen, and the ones that are here, I hope you enjoyed the Mexican kitchen or cuisine. So let's move forward. If you remember, these sessions involve three main topics: using GIS and Earth observation tools to combat climate change, and also sustainable transportation to combat pollution. And the third one is how to preserve and benefit from the ecosystemic is for biodiversity benefit. Now we're going to go to the second session, the second topic, and I just want to highlight the ones that are online and the ones that are in person. We can see this beautiful illustration, which is a graphical summary of what we heard in the morning from our three-star speakers, Steve, Blanca, and Judy. I think this is a beautiful illustration, and it's in multiple languages. And we're going to be doing the same thing for the three topics. We're going to be discussing, not only taking notes and listening. We have a beautiful service from the CC that is helping us remember and document and systematize the actions and lessons learned. I told you that the presentations will be available in the see the website, but in addition, Patrick just told me that the recordings from the presentation will be available. So if you think that certain friends, colleagues should have heard something, should have heard a presentation, or should have been online, well, you will have the chance to listen to these presentations in a week, approximately. All the speakers' presentations that you want to share, you will be able to do so in a week. So let's move on to the next panel. That next panel is about sustainable transportation. And for that purpose, we're going to start with our ritual. We're going to start with a survey. Now the topic, we're going to change the topic. Now we're going to be talking about sustainable transportation. And we have a question for prioritization purposes. Which areas of sustainable transportation should the CEC prioritize in the 5 years? Here you have several options. I hope that the ones that are listening to us online are also helping us with the answers in this survey. Remember that this is a consultation exercise. Who are we consulting to? To all the ones that answered to our call, all of you in person and all of you accompanying us online. So your voice is being recorded here. We are around 250 people gathered in person and online. So you have the possibility of guiding, of providing recommendations to the three governments on how to address these issues. So please help us with your participation. Okay. Now let's move on to sustainable transportation. We have three very interesting speakers and presentations. We have to have a person that provides the context so we can put the topic on the table and then start getting deeper into the topic. Instead of reading the participant biographies, I'm just going to give the title of each of the person because all those biographies can be seen online. Well, can be read online, but to provide this context, I would like to ask Armando Yañez Añol. He is the head of a unit of green growth in the CEC. He's going to provide us some context, and then we're going to have an online presentation from Canada and two in-person presentations. So, Armando, the floor is yours.
Listo. ¿Ya se oye? Sí. Buenas tardes o días todavía. Good morning, bonjour. Soy Armando Yáñez.
My name is Armando Yañez. I am the head of Green Growth Unit in the CETs. I'm very, very happy to be here with you to start with this new panel. Julia says that told me to give you some context. I hope I do not confuse you. So, well, let's start with sustainable transportation. When we talk about addressing the triple planetary crisis we are facing, and nowadays, Daniel talked about at the beginning of his event, we have to think of transportation. Transportation has a great negative environmental effect. It is the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions worldwide. And when we talk about North America, the thing gets worse because for the US it's 33%, Mexico 34%, and Canada 22%. So we're talking about a sector that has to be addressed to be able to take the urgent actions. When we talk about why working in transportation with a regional approach, obviously it is important because the impact of transportation, we know that it's a local activity, but it knows no boundaries. Okay, I believe that I'm Russian, so
como países podamos diseñar políticas
we can
coordinadas,
design
vamos a poder
coordinated
también
policies as a country,
aprovechar
then as
sinergias
a region,
trabajar
we are going
juntos
to take advantage
para
of
maximizar
synergies and work
juntos
together to
esfuerzos
maximize
y con
our
ello realmente lograr
resources
una
and
transición
efforts and to
hacia
be able
una
to
solución más
transition to a more sustainable solution.
En el sector transporte
So
efectivamente
in
hay
the transportation sector, there are very specific goals, international goals, so that CEC does not have to point out which goals could be addressed by each country, but they all have changes, and with the new administrations, these goals have to be adjusted. So this is just an example of what has been done. In the US, we have the National Blueprint for Transportation Decarbonization. Canada, we have Transportation 2030, it is a strategy, and Mexico, National Strategy for Mobility and Road Safety. But all of these strategies have the purpose of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and they have laid several ways of doing this. I'm not going into details because I want to finish on time, finish my presentation on time. So the purpose of this meeting is to, or this event is to see what we can do in the future. So I'm going to show you some examples of the work that has already been done in the CEC in terms of transportation. Due to the nature and link with trade, well, we have focused on cargo transportation. We have conducted studies, we have published information. Here you can see some examples for you to see what type of work can make sense for a body like ours. So here we have one which is very interesting. This was a study where we simulated how cargo transportation from Mexico City to Montreal impacts the environment in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and other kind of emissions, and then we can provide some recommendations on the regulations. So this is only the air quality impacts of the transportation sector. There have been other projects that focus on other aspects of the transportation sector. This one was focused on how to reduce the vehicle emissions from traffic congestion at border crossings because of the cargo vehicles that are waiting at the border crossings and how we can address this. And all the other project was a study not related to emissions, but to transport manufacturing and how to make the transport manufacturing sector more efficient and circular. In addition to the work that has been done in terms of land transportation, we have also worked on maritime transportation. Orlando led this project to design and set forth an emission control area for the PCA to control the cargo vessels emissions. So here we have some questions that we have to consider when working towards improving sustainable transportation practices. How can we collaborate to advance cleaner, more sustainable transportation modalities and mobility strategies across North America? That will be with a regional approach. What type of transportation sources we should be working on when we talk about sustainability. It is extremely important to think how we can have a more sustainable transportation modality, but at the same time, we don't want to put at risk our transportation capabilities. So we don't want to put into risk or put at risk our economic prosperity. So how can we be inclusive and include all vulnerable and disadvantaged communities? These are some of the questions. The conversation should take us to other questions and see how together we can answer these questions. So thank you very much for having me here. And now let's move on with the next presentations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Armando. Okay. Now I would like to ask the members of the panel to come to the stage. We have a panel about sustainable transportation, so we can talk about the point that Armando mentioned, and we're going to start with a virtual session. Actually, our first virtual intervention, but the first virtual presentation will be now.
Mismo formato que la vez pasada.
We will have the same form as last time. We are going to listen from our first panel member that is in Canada. She's two classes, so we are lucky to have her in a time window that we're going to take advantage of. We're very fortunate to have her. So we're going to be able to ask her questions directly to her just right away after her presentation, because she will have to leave. So I would like to introduce you to Tiffany Heitze. She's a professor of the Canadian Research Chair in Indigenous Resiliency and also assistant professor in the Department of Sociology in the University of Lethbridge. Tiffany, I hope you can hear us. We're very excited for your presentation. Please go ahead.
Are you able to hear me just fine?
Yes, there we are. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It is such an honor to be here, and thank you for having me. So I am a member of the Ghana, or Blood Tribe, of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika Situpi. And so on the left is where my tribe. On the right is the Blackfoot Confederacy that I'm part of, which is part of Treaty 7, located in southwestern Alberta, which is part of Canada. I hold a Canadian Research Chair, Tier 2 in Indigenous Resiliency, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Sociology at the University of Lethbridge. My program of work is comprised of implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action on the Blood Reserve. And so I work in my community to better understand the relationship between Canada's colonial history and the impacts that it has had and continues to have on my Blood people in terms of colonial education and intergenerational trauma. I also recently co-authored a report called Improving the Intercommunity Mobility of First Nations Peoples in Canada, a response to Call for Justice 4.8, with my fellow colleagues who are Alexandra Nychuk, Andre Moreau, Dale Arcan-Morin, and Deanna Starr. During our tenure as fellows with Action Canada, and Call for Justice 4.8 is from the Reclaiming Power in Place, the final report on the national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, which emphasizes the immediate need to address limited mobility in rural and remote areas, recognizing its profound impact on the safety of Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit individuals. And so the work that I've been engaged in on transportation equity focuses on addressing the lack of safe and accessible mobility options for Indigenous peoples in Canada, but particularly for those living in rural and remote First Nations communities within Canada. And so these communities face significant transportation barriers due to historical and ongoing colonial policies, such as the Indian Act. And the Indian Act has controlled every aspect of First Nations lives, telling them what they could or could not do. There is also the reserve system. So many First Nations people were forced to relocate in remote areas within Canada, as well as the path system, which would not allow First Nations people to leave their reserve without permission from the Canadian government. And so all of these policies have restricted the mobility of Indigenous peoples, and it has perpetuated inequality. These historical policies continue to this day and shape the kinds of policies, infrastructure, and services that are available for Indigenous peoples. And in particular, my research has concentrated on the impact of these transportation inequities on Indigenous women, girls, two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, and all other sexual orientation and genders who face increased vulnerability to sexual and gender-based violence. And so through collaboration with Indigenous scholars, community advocates, and policymakers, I co-authored a report on this issue where we named several solutions aimed at improving transportation infrastructure, creating more sustainable options, and addressing the systemic barriers that limit mobility and access to essential services. And so key to this work is the recognition of transportation as a social determinant of health. And we advocate for policies that promote not only safe and affordable transportation, but also transportation systems designed to address the unique need of marginalized communities. So for example, by partnering with Indigenous governments, we want to work towards co-creating transportation solutions that are culturally relevant and rooted in self-determination. And so this work directly tackles social justice issues by addressing the disparities in mobility and access that Indigenous communities face, by acknowledging the deeply entrenched inequalities faced by Indigenous communities due to the colonial policies that I've shared with you that restrict mobility. And providing Indigenous peoples with the tools to reclaim their mobility is crucial for restoring agency and self-determination. The lack of reliable transportation affects not only access to services and economic opportunities, but it also places Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit individuals in greater danger of violence and exploitation. By addressing these transportation barriers, we contribute to the reduction of inequality and access to healthcare, education, economic opportunities, and social services. As well, we support the fundamental principle of equity, ensuring that all communities, regardless of their geographic location or their cultural background, have access to the same opportunities and rights. And from an environmental standpoint, the approach is significant because it prioritizes sustainability while addressing justice. So many rural and remote First Nation communities lack access to public transportation, leading to a reliance on unsuitable and polluting methods, such as private vehicles. And this exacerbates environmental degradation and limits mobility by advocating for policies that promote sustainable alternatives, such as public transit powered by renewable energy. The work reduces the environmental footprint in these communities while enhancing mobility. And integrating environmentally sustainable practices into transportation solutions benefits both the land and its people, safeguarding long-term ecological health. These initiatives set a precedent for broader social and environmental changes, showing how sustainable transportation can align with justice. And addressing transportation inequities fosters improved access to essential services and safety, while also cutting greenhouse gas emissions, demonstrating the interconnected goals of justice and environmental sustainability. So incorporating sustainability into transportation infrastructure reduces reliance on resource extraction industries, which often harm the environment as well as Indigenous communities. For instance, promoting alternatives like electric buses and shared mobility system mitigates ecological damage from traditional methods. And so this holistic approach not only tackles systemic inequalities, but also aligns with global environmental goals, ensuring marginalized communities gain equitable access to mobility without compromising ecological integrity. And it exemplifies a pathway to a more just and sustainable future. And I wanted to share a few of the case studies that we covered in the report that utilizes integrated solutions that address equity and environmental challenges in transportation through community-centered and sustainably driven approaches. So the very first one is the Swift Mini Thin Transit, which is a transportation service designed to address the needs of the Stoney Nakoda nations while fostering connections with neighboring communities and essential services. And so this launched in May of 2023. The initiative represents a collaboration between the Stoney Nakoda nations, which includes Chiniki, Bearpaw, and Wesley, as well as the municipality of Cochrane and the federal government. So by engaging these different stakeholders throughout the planning and implementation, the service ensures transit options reflect community priorities, strengthen local connections, and lay the groundwork for sustainable long-term transportation solutions. The next case study is the Keewatin Railway Company. It's owned by 3 partner nations in northern Manitoba, and it was formed after the closure of a mine to improve the mobility of their communities. And so the Mathias Kalem Indian Band, Tatsisky-Wiak Cree Nation, and Moore Lake First Nation collaborated to develop a plan that led to the establishment of the Keewatin Railway Company. The organization purchased the Sheridan Rail Line from the Hudson Bay Company, and with financial support from the Government of Canada and the province of Manitoba, they created a sustainable transportation service that boosted the local economy. They had experienced rail personnel were hired to train the First Nations members, and the federal government paid up to $3.2 million for startup funds and investments through the Regional and Remote Passenger Rail Service Contribution Program. So both of these case studies exemplify how community-led and Indigenous-owned transit systems can simultaneously reduce carbon footprints and improve mobility for marginalized populations. And by pooling resources and providing accessible on-demand services, these models minimize environmental impact while enhancing equity. And I think transboundary collaboration between Canada, the United States, and Mexico on transportation offers an opportunity to address shared challenges of equity and sustainability while advancing regional connectivity. And so I thought I would share some of my thoughts and recommendations around this. The very first one, we need to recognize that transportation is a fundamental human right. Access to safe, reliable, and affordable transportation is more than a convenience. It is a necessity for accessing healthcare, education, and employment, as well as maintaining cultural and social connections. And so this calls for an unwavering commitment to equity, ensuring that those who are most vulnerable, including Indigenous communities, rural populations, and even individuals who have a disability, are being prioritized. Next, transportation justice cannot be achieved in isolation. If a trilateral agreement is created, it must align with the framework of global mobility justice, which recognizes that the disparities in transportation access and the uneven environmental burdens placed on marginalized group. And I think that it is a good idea to be able to connect this agreement with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, so emphasizing the need for transportation systems that are inclusive, sustainable, and equitable. We also want to make sure that we confront historical injustices, such as those faced by Indigenous communities, that I've shared with you already, and addressing the systemic barriers that have long denied equitable mobility options. Next is climate action goals. So transportation is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, and addressing this challenge is critical for combating the climate crisis. And there should be a commitment to reducing emissions through investment in renewable energy powered transit systems like electric buses and high-speed rail. And we need to prioritize infrastructure that is resilient to climate impacts and helps to preserve biodiversity. And by fostering trilateral collaboration in green technology and innovation, such as electric vehicle infrastructure and shared mobility systems, we hopefully can accelerate the transition to sustainable transportation. Next is unified framework for governance. So we should consider the establishment of a trilateral mobility council, and this body would bring together representatives from the three nations. Also, I think that Indigenous governments should be invited to oversee the implementation of shared transportation principles. So having a cross-border collaboration, I think, is essential, from planning inclusive transboundary networks to creating green freight logistics systems. But equally important is a commitment to community-driven approaches and ensuring that local voices shape the solutions that will be used. And the last one is accountability and measurable outcomes. And so I think it's really important that we use accountability. So having clear benchmarks should be set for health, equity, and environmental improvements with progress tracked and reported annually. We could do something like a shared data repository to facilitate collaboration, while transparent funding mechanisms ensures that resources are allocated equitably, particularly for underserved and rural areas. And so I hope that these thoughts and recommendations lead to fostering a collaborative transportation solutions for Canada, the United States, and Mexico, and that together we can advise a shared vision for a more equitable, sustainable North America, where we're not just worried about addressing transportation challenges, but that we're also consider building a future where mobility is a tool for justice, resilience, and connection. Thank you.
Thanks, Tiffany. I hope you're still there, because I'm sure there will be some questions and some comments on your remarks. Thank you so much for that. I know that you are in between classes, so an extra word of thanks to you. And before we take some questions from the room and/or online, I did want to ask you, Tiffany. You shared two really inspiring examples of change that had really interesting sort of community aspects to them. And transportation is like a big systemic issue. It's not something that an individual can take on their own. It's not even something necessarily that a lone community organization can take on without massive partnerships. And yet, what you described are really important accomplishments with significant infrastructure investments that were born out of what I imagine were local complaints. Like, what is the genesis for successful change in sustainable transportation and inclusive transportation, as you pointed out? How does that start, and how does the snowball turn into the kind of avalanche that's necessary to do what you described in those two case studies?
I really think it has to do with partnership. So having people who care about what's going on. And it was these Indigenous communities who really wanted to be able to see change. And so being able to, in the case of the bus services that are happening with the Stoney Nakoda Nation, being able to partner with some of the local municipalities around them. Having access to funding is absolutely essential. But I think it's really important that we have these conversations, speaking particularly about Indigenous peoples. What is it that they need? Because not every Indigenous community is exactly the same. And so being able to have those conversations about what their needs are and how we can best meet those needs, and being able to collaborate with one another, I think is really key and important in those conversations.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tiffany. Les invito a los que están aquí en el salón también del
I
salón.
invite all of you who are here in the room, if you have any questions.
Tiffany, we have a question online about how to ensure meaningful engagement of Indigenous governments in tri-national work in transportation. I know that's not an easy question, but I wonder if you have thoughts about that.
Yeah, so I think being able to, we talk about being able to put together some kind of council, and it shouldn't be just between, the governments of Canada, the United States, and Mexico. We need to make sure that we're also having those conversations with Indigenous governments. So the way that we think about it as an Indigenous person in Canada is, First Nations people have sovereignty, are their own nations. And so it's about relationship building. So being able to have those conversations specifically with the different groups of First Nations peoples is really, I think is really key to being able to make sure that we do have meaningful engagement about what their needs are. In Canada, we have First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people, and our needs are not always the same. And so, we can't make one solution and apply that to all Indigenous peoples across Canada. So being able to have conversations with First Nations peoples, with Métis people, and with Inuit people about what their specific needs are is important for, making any kind of meaningful changes for Indigenous peoples.
Great, great. So one size does not fit all, but it does sound like a universal practice around consultation and local guidance is something that we should probably be keeping in mind for any work having to do with inclusive transportation.
Yes.
Okay, well, any questions from the room here? Okay. Tiffany, thank you so much for making the time. We really appreciate it. I don't know if you heard all the applause here in the room, but there was a lot of it. So thank you. We know you're busy in between classes. We will let you get on with your day. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much for inviting me.
Ok, vuelvo al español. Entonces,
okay.
Muy bien. De aquí
Very well.
pasamos
From now, we go to a different perspective. From the Peninsula de Yucatán, we have Andrés Rojo Maurer from the German Association for GIZ in Mexico, German Technical Cooperation in Mexico. Andrés, he's going to talk about systems for sustainable transportation.
Muchas gracias, Julián. Muchas gracias a los
Thank you, Julián, and thank you to the organizers. We have the space after lunch, which is not very nice. And I hope I have a lot of slides. And please stop me. My name is Andrés Rojo Maures. I work with German in two projects of public transportation. A little bit about the German cooperation. It's the GIZ. It's the company that implements cooperation, international cooperation programs in the country of Germany. It is important to mention it is the country that has the second amount of cooperation funds, only behind the United States. In Mexico, it works in different areas of cooperation in cities and transportation, climate change and energy, governance, and biodiversity. Okay. Specifically, I work in two projects of mobility. One, which is public transportation, which is called transition towards integrated system and intelligence system for public transportation in Mexico. The other one is sustainable urban mobility, which is called urban infrastructure for green mobility, green and safe mobility, but in brief. I'm going to present a model, and I'm going to tell you what type of activities we're working in the different projects. Okay, first, I would like to take some time and talk about the transportation sector is one of the main contributors of greenhouse gases in the country, depending on the methodology. Before it was mentioned, I think 32%, the different inventories in the country. It was mentioned between 25 and 18. 1/4 of the emissions are coming from transportation. together with the generation of energy, almost half. And it is a sector which is very important in order to approach mitigation of climate change. And the transportation in Mexico, the population is of 2,000. The number of automobiles has grown to 234%. And last year, we had 40 million vehicles. So what is it due to? Well, the population, there's a population growth, and this is an important challenge. The number of the vehicles in itself is not the important cost, but the use, how we use our vehicles. So here, I wanted to present a little bit about the cost of the traffic that we have in the city. We have costs for time and there's an index of how long it takes in different cities. How long does it take you to travel 10 kilometers? In Toronto, they analyzed about 50 countries. Toronto takes 29 minutes for every 10 minutes. Mexico is in 13th place and New York in 20. So we have many cities where you have a lot of traffic. And to the right, you can see the average, the speed average during when you get stuck in traffic in 18 kilometers per hour. So we travel in 5 kilometers per hour. So we don't go as slow as walking, but all this infrastructure that we have in our cities to go times faster than walking. This is a little bit more of information regarding the cost of traffic. In Mexico City, 10 kilometers is moving from the Revolution Monument to the World Trade Center and go back in one day. It's not much. And you can see the amount of hours, emissions, and the fuel price. If it were 25 kilometers from San Angel to Polanco and going back, it's almost 700 hours, and a cost of gasoline very high. This is yearly. This is a yearly cost. For Mexico, 24,000 pesos is a very important amount. Lastly, the problem, the expansion of the urban area. The urban cities are going faster. So the growth of the cities is more accelerated. This is an example of Mérida, where I have my base, how the urban area has grown. And they go to green areas, to areas of carbon capturing. A dynamic is very interesting and how to approach it. There is a model that has been developed in an association of institutions specialized in transportation where Germany has a strong participation, and it's avoid, shift, and improve. What does this model say? Well, it is important the transition towards electric vehicles, but it is important to make an analysis of what are the trips that I can prevent because of proximity, the use of to prevent trips, and then change the trips that I can change, try to change to from a private vehicle to a public transportation or bicycles or walk, and improve the efficiency of vehicles to make them more efficient and make them different sources of clean energy. Here we have different actions. I'm going to describe some of them, the ones that I'm working on. And the topic of avoid and to reduce the need to use transportation. We can have cities that are expanding and no transportation system will give you a vehicle. First, to make sure that the city has bus stops which are close to any areas of the city, no greater than 400 meters or no greater than 800 meters. So, intelligent.
Ok, perfecto. Muy, muy rápido. Bueno, mejorar calidad de infraestructura
to improve the
automovilística, que es parte de los
infrastructure,
enfoques del plan
and
Plan.
this is part of the approach.
Bueno, entonces, estrategias
So,
no priorizar
strategy,
o alentar el
not
uso de
to
automóviles.
prioritize or increase or
Se han hecho en promover
to
el 74%
promote the use of
del gasto
vehicles.
público
It's
en movilidad
64%
se
of the
dedica a infraestructura
the
vial,
vehicles
a
is
más vialidades,
more, more,
pavimentación y demás.
more
Y
pavement,
solo el
others,
restante 26%
and
se va a
also,
movilidad
and
activa,
also
transporte público y demás. O sea, aquí
go to
quisiera
public
dejarles un
transportation.
concepto
So
que es muy
here,
importante
I want to leave
recordarlo
a
en el libro.
concept, which
Este
is the
concepto habla de que
reduced traffic.
lógicamente mientras
Is
más dinero
the more
inviertas
money you
en
invest in increasing,
en ampliar,
in
construir nuevas
expanding,
vialidades,
or
más tráfico
having
generas.
better
Esto es porque
routes, we generate
inicialmente
more traffic
se alivia un poco, pero
because
hace que
it
la gente
alleviates a
use
little
más y
bit,
más el auto.
but
Entonces,
then
aquí hay un área
people use the
muy enorme
vehicles more and
para
more.
redirigir el
So we had
presupuesto
to
público hacia
redirect the
transporte público,
public,
hacia
uh,
movilidad activa
public
y
budget
efectivamente
in
reducir
order
el
to
combustible.
make an efficient public
Bueno,
transportation.
otros enfoques son adopción de
Other
home office. Aquí
approaches
tiene una tabla
are
de cuánto se puede
the
ahorrar
adoption of
si
home
esos
office.
10 kilómetros que
If
hablaban
those
antes, si
10
un día
kilometers that
de
we
eso se
talked
hace
about, if
desde
one day
casa
a
o si
week
3 días,
you
¿no?
do it one day
Podría
or
mencionar
3 days a week,
164 horas,
we can mention
prácticamente
164
20 días.
hours. I
A
think it's
veces,
20 days.
o sea,
So
por pasar a hacer
sometimes
home office podemos reducir el
from
tiempo
going
que
to home
estamos
office, we reduce
en
the
tráfico,
time
en
that we are
tráfico,
in traffic in
casi
Mexico
el día que
City.
tomamos de vacaciones.
It's almost the days that
Bueno,
we
entonces
take
estrategias de
vacation
cambiar,
time. So the strategy has to change
mejorar los sistemas de
to
transporte
improve
público. Aquí trabaja muy fuertemente el
public
proyecto Transit
transportation.
en
When we
transicionar hacia
talk
sistemas
about
integrados
transit
de transporte,
and
en donde se aumente la
to
cobertura,
digitalize
sea
the public
confiable
transportation in
cuando se
Mexico
diga que
City.
va a pasar el transporte
And
pase,
when
digitalizar los
we
procesos tanto en la gestión de flota
digitalize
interna
the
como en
processes
la comunicación hacia los
and
usuarios,
better
hacia el
communication
sistema de
to
pago que sea
users
digitalizado
to
con
have a
tarjetas.
payment system
Aquí puede
with
ver
credit cards.
un
And
documento
here
que hicimos
we have a
con la
document
SEDATU,
that
la hermana de la SEDATU,
we did
sobre la
with Sedato
digitalización del transporte
regarding
público,
public
que es
transportation,
parte de los ejemplos
and that
de
is part
cooperación que se puede
of
hacer.
the
Entonces, cualquier ciudad que
cooperation that we
quisiera
have. So any city
impulsar su
that would like
digitalización
to
tiene una
promote
guía para hacerlo.
the programs, they have a guide to do.
Bueno, un ejemplo para
An
zonas
example
rurales
for
o
rural
la
areas
densidad
or
no
where
permite un
we have
sistema tradicional,
density that doesn't
rutas
allow
tradicionales de
a
transporte. Es
traditional
algo que
transportation route.
queremos hacer un
And
piloto
we want
en
to
Mérida,
develop
que es
a
transporte a la demanda,
pilot
que es
in
algo
Merida. It's
similar a las
transportation on
aplicaciones
demand.
de taxi, pero de
And
transporte
it's similar
público.
to
Las rutas
taxi,
no están
but
definidas,
it's
sino en
public
base a la demanda
transportation.
cuando se
And
necesita. Se
it's
va
the
haciendo la
implementation is
programación en tiempo
according to the
real.
demand.
Puede ser que
We
salga el bus
improve
dependiendo de
mobility,
cuándo
the
haya
bus, for
demanda,
example,
o incluso la
leave,
ruta puede
and
cambiar un
it
poco.
depends on the
Este nos
demand.
emociona mucho, pero
And
apenas
we're
vamos
very
a
excited with
empezar
this one, but
queremos iniciar el
we
pilotaje.
want to
Bueno, en
start the
seguridad
pilot.
es importantísimo
And
que
safety,
el
it
transporte
is
público
very
sea seguro
important
para que
that
realmente la gente tenga
public
confianza en el transporte.
transportation is safe
Bueno, mejorar,
so that
pasar
people can trust
los
the
vehículos,
system
pasar a que
to
sean más
go from
eficientes,
vehicles
pasar a la
that are more
electromovilidad, importantísimo. Pues
efficient.
aquí hemos
And
asesorado al Estado de
here we
Yucatán,
have advised the
que es un
state of
buen ejemplo de
Yucatan, which
dirigir
is a
presupuesto
good
público
example,
hacia los sistemas de
guiding public
transporte público,
transportation to
sobre todo en la
public
gestión de desastres
transportation,
de carga,
especially in
tecnologías para
freight
electrificar rutas más
area,
adecuadas para
freight
electrificar
companies,
y en
and
hojas
to
de ruta para
and
otros estados que quisieran
routes
adoptar este tipo de proyectos.
and
Entonces,
plans and
son
routes
documentos que podemos
that
compartir si
are
les interesa, que
documents that we can share and we want to share with
bueno,
the
uno
states.
muy puntual es la
One,
eficiencia de los
the
vehículos y los
efficiency
tamaños de los vehículos.
of the
México no tiene
vehicles
vehículos
and
de
the
muchos
size of
tipos,
the
pero
vehicles.
han crecido,
But
ustedes
the
también se
vehicles have
pueden dar cuenta,
grown, and you
están
can notice
creciendo
that
muchísimo
the vehicles are growing a
los
lot.
autobuses.
And
Hace 40 años eran
40 years ago,
75%
it was
menos, más pequeños en ciertas
75%
cosas,
smaller in
y
certain
podemos ver
things.
aquí las
And here
emisiones,
we can see the
cómo dependiendo del
emissions.
tamaño del vehículo, pues
Depending on the
mayor
size
las
of
emisiones,
the
¿no?
vehicle, greater the
Entonces es
emission.
importante,
So it is important.
se dice que si
It
no
is
hubiera
said
habido este
that
crecimiento
if
en
we
los
didn't
últimos
have
años,
this
se
growth that we
hubieran
had in
reducido
recent years,
30% las
we
emisiones del
would
sector.
have
Entonces es
reduced
importante
30% and the emissions in the sector. So it is important to work with efficiently. And this applies to the transition to the electric vehicles. The batteries are an important are very important for the autonomy of the vehicle, the batteries, but they need lithium. And lithium, according to the use that it is given, it can have other complexities. So we can see here that a large electric vehicle requires a lot of lithium, more than passenger bus. But here in a bus, the use is and it is very efficient. And here, to use bicycles or motorcycles. And this is a very interesting example of a project that is being carried out in Switzerland. The conventional buses, we want to convert them to electric battery buses or the ones that have trolley cars. The battery cars are heavier, and the other ones, electric, have a fixed route. We're looking for a project where we can have a bus with small batteries, catenaria. So if we have flexibility in certain parts of the route, but the catenaria has to be a heavy battery. These are lighter buses, and these are types of projects that in the future we will have, we will make a test. This slide to tell you that the majority of the GZ we want to change, and it is important to include the changes and the strategies, and it says the same thing here. And finally, this one that I found in the design of cities, it says if an architect were to design your house like this, you would fire them because you would have that space only for the vehicle. So why do we allow professionals to design our cities like this? So with that, I close. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Andrés. Muy buenas ilustraciones.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the last illustration. What we are doing, this is what we're doing with our public architecture, with the urban design. Now we're going to continue with the next presentation. Please write down your questions. We're already getting questions online. At the end of the next presentation, we will start the Q&A session. The next presentation is Tim Dallman. He is he works in clean transportation team. The floor is yours. The International Council on Clean Transportation.
Thank you, Julian, and thank you to the organizers. Great opportunity here to speak to you today about some of the things that my organization, the International Council on Clean Transportation, is doing, and some of the thoughts we have about kind of collectively what should our goals be when it comes to decarbonizing transport in order to meet our air quality and climate targets. So just before we get started, a little bit about our organization, the ICCT. We're an independent nonprofit research organization that was formed in 2005. And really our primary goal is to provide objective, timely, and quality analysis to environmental regulators to help them improve policies designed to lower the impacts of transportation on human health and the climate. We want global leaders, regulators, policymakers to use this research to develop ambitious and coordinated policies to stop transportation pollution, ultimately looking to solve urban air quality problems while at the same time achieving the Paris Agreement goals of limiting global warming to well below 2 degrees this century. So just before we get into some of the research that the ICT is doing and some of the ideas that we have on some of the key policy levers that governments have available to them to support sustainable transportation transitions, just a little bit of scene setting. So as we've heard from other presenters, transport is a major contributor to global climate pollution. Roughly a quarter of greenhouse gas emissions from energy are accounted by the transportation sector. It's also continuing to grow. So emissions in other sectors we're starting to see to kind of round off and maybe in some cases decrease. Transportation, we see overall continued increases in GHG emissions as we see activity levels increase and more transportation being used globally. So we still haven't seen that decoupling between increased transportation use and carbon emissions. Thirdly, about 90% of transportation energy comes from oil. So having such a high reliance on a single source of energy creates a lot of geopolitical issues and a lot of challenges for countries when it comes to domestic energy security. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, transport is a major contributor to air pollution. ICCT has done research that indicates that transportation globally is associated with about 380,000 premature deaths due to air pollution each year. So really, that should be a key driving factor in our ambition to not only decarbonize transport, but also eliminate tailpipe emissions. When we talk about transport, obviously, we're talking a range of different vehicle types, sectors, and segments. This plot shows a rough estimate of the relative distribution of GHG emissions by different modes. So we can see about 75% of total GHG emissions are coming from road transport, either passenger or freight. We also have significant contributions coming from aviation, shipping, and rail. And even though light-duty vehicles currently represent the greatest fraction of emissions, we see strong increases in emissions in the last decade in freight, aviation, and marine sector. So now getting into one of the things I like talking about most is some of the research and data that the ICT is collecting and how we're using that to help policymakers develop more effective policies to control emissions from transport sources. So one of the things that we do within my team at the ICT is we go out and measure emissions in the real world. So if you want to understand what the emissions are, it's better to do that where the vehicles are actually being driven rather than a laboratory. So my team will go out and work with researchers to set up equipment at the roadside in cities around the world to measure emissions as they're driven by, to do that remotely using a very similar technology to what we heard about earlier today in Judy's presentation about the carbon mapper technology. In this case, we're measuring pollutant emissions out of the tailpipe, so things like nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxides, hydrocarbons, the key things that are coming out of the tailpipe of gasoline and diesel vehicles. And by analyzing that data, we're able to look at the trends and how emissions are changing over time due to the implementation of new technologies, new control strategies, control technologies, and importantly, the environmental regulations that are really driving the uptake of those technologies. So here we can see 3 different graphs showing emissions from 3 different pollutants. The data comes from testing that was done in Alberta, Canada, Mexico City, as well as the states of Virginia and Colorado in the United States. And the way to read those is looking at the far left of each graph shows the oldest cars on the road. So by model year, cars that were sold and produced in maybe the late 90s, early 2000s. And on the far right, you can see the data for more current vehicles, so vehicles that were produced maybe within the last 5 to 10 years. So one of the key things they show here is that in all of the jurisdictions that these measurements were made in, we see that the newest vehicles are performing the best. So we see strong downward trends in the emissions that are coming from the on-road fleet. And that's really important to note. We've had some success, again, driven by environmental regulation. The technology development on the emission control side has been driving emissions reductions. So that's kind of a positive outcome coming out from this research. But importantly, we can see some key differences between the jurisdictions. So we see that emissions in Mexico City still remain higher than other jurisdictions, especially for taxis, so high usage vehicle fleets. So the implication there is that Mexico is a little bit further behind in their regulation of on-road emissions, and we can see the impacts of that in the real world data. Furthermore, for both Canada and the US, even though we've seen strong decreases, emissions are still not zero, right? We still have emissions coming out of the tailpipes of even the newest vehicles on the fleet. And even though they're lower than the older vehicles, that still adds up. So going on to the impacts of those emissions. So one other thing you can do is you can look at kind of using those real world emissions data, you can look at how are those emissions impacting air quality and how is that air quality impacting the people who live in cities and specifically around roadways and other sources of pollution, and how that those impacts might be apportioned differently depending on where people are living, where they're getting exposed. So one study we did recently was to look at the impacts, the spatial impacts of diesel truck pollution in New York City. So specifically, we're looking at particulate matter coming from trucks, so soot or black carbon, and kind of how that is being emitted, processed in the atmosphere, and then what communities were getting impacted the most by that pollution. So unsurprisingly, there's not an even distribution of the impacts across New York City. So you can see in the graph on the left kind of where some of those hotspots are associated with where there's major rail activity, distribution centers, goods movement centers, and highways. And on the right is our assessment of kind of what the disproportionate impacts are across different communities. So we found that people of color living in New York City are exposed to, on average, about 15% higher pollution levels or diesel PM pollution levels than non-Latino white populations in the city. So again, it's not just about kind of driving down emissions from vehicles using better and better technologies, but it's really eliminating those emissions in the first place. So what's this technology solution? So another thing that our organization does is look at technology pathways. So really looking into comparing different options that are available for kind of the community as we try to transition to more sustainable and cleaner forms of transportation. So here we're comparing various different technology options on a life cycle GHG emissions basis. So that includes all of the carbon that's emitted at the tailpipe during the vehicle's lifetime, as well as the carbon that's emitted from the manufacturing of the vehicle, as well as the batteries for electric vehicles. So we found that only zero emission vehicles, so battery electric vehicles or fuel cell electric vehicles, have the opportunity to both eliminate tailpipe emission, but also achieve near zero life cycle GHG emissions. We found that there really, if you look at kind of all the different factors that go into this, there's no real scalable pathway to decarbonizing the internal combustion engine vehicle. And even today, so looking at kind of the opportunities today to decarbonize the transport sector, even in areas where you still have fossil fuel grids or fossil fuel heavy grids, EVs can still provide an advantage over internal combustion engine counterparts. And we know as more and more renewables come onto the grid, the benefits of EVs become stronger and stronger over time. So looking at kind of the long-term pathway to decarbonizing the road transport sector, we've done some analysis at kind of what types of strategies and approaches will be needed in order to meet our global climate targets. So this graph shows our estimates of the mitigation potential of 5 key strategies for reducing CO2 emissions from road transport. And we can see that kind of a key pillar of that strategy is an ambitious and accelerated transition to zero emission vehicles globally. We found that can deliver about 60 gigatons of carbon savings between 2020 and 2050. But that's not the only thing that needs to happen in order to achieve these climate goals. That has to be supplemented by other strategies, including improving the efficiency of the final internal combustion engine vehicles that are going to be coming into fleets, so continuing to improve the fuel efficiency of cars and trucks and buses, implementing avoid and shift strategies, as Andres was talking about, as a key pillar to shift people from private vehicles to public transit to walking and cycling. Fleet renewal, so getting the oldest, dirtiest vehicles out of the fleet as soon as possible will deliver not only a faster transition to these cleaner options, but also eliminate that key source of disproportionate exposure in communities around the world. And finally, continuing to accelerate the transition to clean electricity and clean hydrogen generation. So what can governments be doing? So another thing that our organization does is really try to think through what are the key levers that governments have at their disposal in order to achieve these targets and really accelerate this technology transition. And these 5 pillars here are kind of the things that we think that a government should be considering, should be collaborating on, should be engaging with each other in order to collectively achieve that level of ambition. So that includes phase-out targets, so really setting a timeline for phasing out older, dirtier technologies like diesel and gasoline combustion engines, following that up with binding regulations, so using things like fuel economy standards, CO2 standards in order to really lock in the regulatory framework that we needed in order to achieve that level of ambition. Thirdly, really at the start of this transition, which many countries around the world are still very early in their ZEV transitions, is to supplement that binding policy with financial incentives. So really trying to target and make sure that these new technologies are affordable and accessible to everyone to promote a just and equitable transition. Fourthly, charging infrastructure will be a critical component to getting this right. Will need to be a lot more engagement between the transport and energy sectors to make sure that the build out of renewable energy sources is matched against the uptake of zero emission vehicle technologies. And finally, kind of educating consumers and learning from consumers about what their needs are and trying to make sure that they understand the benefits of these new technologies and that the new technologies are developed in a way that meets the needs of those who will be using them. And in closing, just an idea of international collaboration. This energy transition, this transition to new vehicle technologies is not an easy one. It's a massive change to how we're doing things now. So everyone is kind of feeling it out, figuring out what works, what doesn't work. And now there's a lot of good information about the policies, the ideas that are working, what's effective, what's maybe not so effective. So creating fora to share those experiences between governments and other stakeholders will be a really critical part of getting this transition correctly. So here I just wanted to highlight one governmental forum that has been established, the Zero Emission Vehicles Transition Council. Is formed in 2020. It includes 17 governments who collectively make up about 50% of the global vehicle market. That includes Canada, the United States, and Mexico. ICT acts as a secretariat for the Transition Council. And really the approach here is to, like I said, bring these governments together at the ministerial level to exchange, share knowledge and best practices, and really drive that collective commitment that's going to be needed in order to achieve the objectives of this very, very massive and important technology transition. So with that, I'll thank the organizers again, and thank you for your attention.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Tim.
Very well. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Andres. Fascinating. These transitions that are proposed because of what they can comply and the challenges that it implies to meet them. We have several questions from our participants online, but Andres, one that I want to start with you. What does it mean, transportation on demand? Does it exist? Is it an Uber? What is it all about?
Bueno, sí existe.
Yes, it exists. Basically, I tried to explain it, but in traditional transportation systems, it has fixed routes with intervals. You have a bus, you have a route, and every 10 minutes leaves the station. That's when you have a density in that route, and that is when it makes sense. But in areas, the population density is lower. In night routes from 10 to 4 o'clock in the morning, it doesn't make sense to have so much frequency. So there is where we want to have a pilot that through the demand transportation systems, which exists from a long period of time, based on the demand that users, if the user requests the bus, then you generate the route in real time in order to pick up those users. This is the scale. It could be rural, or it could be for a certain number of hours a day. And it exists in the United States and in Europe. In the United States, it's more in areas outside of the city, and it has been successful. In Mexico, we have done this also. Thank you, fascinating. Yes, there's a question. Julie, 3, and we have several online.
Gracias. Mi nombre es
Thank you.
Soy
Natalie
secretaria
Seguin,
ejecutiva de
Executive Secretary of Water at a Latin American level. My question is to you, Tim.
Los autos
The
eléctricos hoy
electric
en día sabemos que
vehicles
es una falsa
nowadays,
solución.
we know that it's a
Porque
false
lo único que está
solution.
haciendo es
because the only thing that they're doing is to transport the problem to an area of greater impact with regards to water, territory, and with regards to the defense of the communities. And I am concerned to see that you are talking about this type of transition towards electric vehicles when we already know that this is not the solution. We have discussed this we have in biodiversity meetings and climate change. They made emphasis that the electric vehicles are not a sustainable solution. So it is of concern that in this meeting, in this environment, we are seeing this type of solutions or this type of proposal as something would work towards that direction. I apologize, but I'm very concerned that you are promoting this and that you don't see very clearly that it is a great problem because of the amount of mining that this implies for the production of the batteries. So this transition, the only thing it will generate is more problems in our territories as Mexico, Central America, South America, where we have the mining resources, and it is not possible to stay in that area as solution. So I would like to listen why you are promoting this as a sustainable solution.
Que la traducción ocurra. Tim, externalities here. Are we shifting the burden of who pays the cost of pollution and transportation? What does ICCT say about that?
Yeah, I think it's a very important topic.
Es un tema muy importante y gracias por su comentario. No quisiera implicar que los vehículos eléctricos
that will be needed in order to achieve our climate objectives. I think everything that we've done as a research organization looking at the potential of different technologies to achieve the level of decarbonization that we need to meet climate objectives has shown that it is really battery electric vehicles or fuel cell electric vehicles that will deliver the emissions reduction. So if that is ultimately the goal, then that paints a very clear picture about what that technology would need to be, whether or not that should be the primary objective, whether those climate goals should be superseding other environmental and societal goals, I think is one that's outside of the scope of the work that the ICT has been doing. But there's a lot of discussion now, and I would just encourage that continued robust discussion and analysis looking at what are the true impacts of shifting from a petroleum-based transportation system to one that's more reliant on minerals such as lithium, cobalt, nickel, and what the implications are there, not only for the climate, which is something that we've looked at, but also for water quality and other very critical topics that should and need to be addressed when we're talking about this transition.
Yeah. Tim, I'm wary of putting too much faith in technology for solutions, but I also know that there's no way outside of technology to reach some of our solutions. A lot of our problems, of course, every problem today is derived from a previous solution, right? And that will continue to be the case. Are there battery technologies that give you hope that might be available in the next 5, 10, 15 years that would avoid the kind of externalities that Natalie is talking about?
Well, I think we're seeing shifts, right? I mean, I think we're seeing shifts to battery technologies that have the opportunity to lessen some of the impacts of some of the early technologies of transition. So I think we're seeing continual development and opportunity, especially as this becomes more of an established technology. I think there's more availability for creative thinking, creative ideas, and how to limit those impacts. So I expect that to continue. So yeah, I think that, again, it's kind of still in early stages, but established technologies, so I think there's a lot of room to grow and develop and really meet not only the climate objectives that we're looking for, but other objectives as well.
Yep. Okay, great. And you want to go on this? Go ahead.
Sí, podría complementar, definitivamente.
Yes, definitely. I believe that if we do a one-to-one transition of internal combustion vehicle to electric vehicle. If we have one-to-one and we only have Hummers on the streets, I think that it is an important risk that we would have to consider. But I consider that it is part of the solution. It's not one-to-one, but taking a series of measures. It's not the only one. We have to have the reduction in the way in which we design the cities. If we only make the transition, it brings problems. But it's part of a solution. It's part of the solution. And there, when we have the presentation, there's a reference that makes an analysis of the role of the electrification of vehicles, the risks that exist, but how it could be an efficient transition without having so many mining problems. So that is a very valuable recommendation, and I think it's worthwhile to look into it. We have a question from the participants online, and it has to do with financial mechanisms to accomplish this transition. This type of transition is not free. Our way of transporting today, nowadays, is not free either. The change, the transition, even though it benefits long-term benefits, not all the public transportation is public. There's also a lot of private transportation. How can you finance and create incentives for the transition from our system that we saw today, the incredible growth of personal vehicles? How can we create incentives, the public as well as the private, and how can we finance it in a short period of time, given the urgency of the crisis that we have? Maybe Andres, you can start, and then Tim. I'm not an expert in finance, but something that I saw in the presentation is that there is an important budget for public transportation in the countries and the state. And what we are seeing is that it is going to the construction of new routes of first and second floors. And I wanted to make an emphasis that we see that we have more vehicles in the routes and more congestion, more traffic congestion. But if you go more, and it's more expensive. One floor, two floors is very expensive. There are countries that go they go the other way. They're going in the other way. They are investing in public transportation, high quality, reliable public transportation to allow that transition. We can see that in Mexico City, the Metro bus. A lot of people that never thought about taking the public transportation are seeing now public transportation, something that they're considering now. The cycle routes, this is the case of the chicken and the egg. So maybe that we're not reducing the congestion of traffic. We're not taking out the vehicles from the routes and having it from public transportation to active transportation. Right now, we have a budget for routes that maybe we wouldn't have before. Tim?
Yeah, I mean, it's another going to be a very critical part. I think that any discussion of the technology transition needs to be kind of partnered with this discussing of financing. I think from our perspective, it really starts with strong regulatory frameworks. So I mentioned earlier that as a really key lever that governments have to not only set the pace and requirements for the transition, but also I think by having strong policies in place and giving clarity to the market, they're shifting investments from the public side to the private side when it comes to who's making the investments to those technology transitions. So instead of governments having to provide continuous incentives to consumers who are purchasing higher priced electric vehicles, by having those clear policy frameworks in place, they work to shift the burden on to manufacturers who have to bring cleaner vehicles to the market, and they have to be competitive in that market. So they also have to be lowering their prices. So instead of a lot of public investment going to cover the price differential, that price differential is actually coming down because of that strong regulatory framework. The second piece is there's a lot of opportunities now to incentivize the transition without public spending through programs that tax more polluting vehicles at a higher rate and give incentives to consumers for purchasing cleaner vehicle technologies. So that could be if you're purchasing, for example, in France, a vehicle that has very low, is highly efficient, has very low CO2 emissions, you might pay a lower registration fee than someone who purchases a much larger SUV that doesn't have as good of fuel economy. So I think there are a lot of examples now. So kind of getting back to this idea of sharing knowledge, sharing experiences, there are a lot of examples of things that governments have tried, that other stakeholders have tried, that work to try to shift that investment from the public to the private side. And thirdly, I mean, I think kind of talking about finance is also targeting those finances to where they can be most beneficial. So a lot of, for example, in the US, there are a lot of opportunities for companies who are installing charging infrastructure networks to even now make profits off of those investments. So that's an area where we don't necessarily need a lot of new public spending. But for example, if we're thinking about cities where private companies might not be as enthusiastic about coming in and charging public charging in areas where perhaps there's not a lot of EVs on the roads right now, where that investment wouldn't have a near-term profit, it's important for government and public spending in the area to really target those areas where there's not a strong business case right now to make sure that the transition is accessible to kind of everybody, that we have affordable and accessible access to these new technologies, and to use government spending in a smart way to make sure that we're driving towards that goal.
Okay, okay. Bien, muchas gracias. Lo interesante aquí también, entre otras
Very well,
cosas,
thank you.
hay muchas
What is interesting here is that we already have solutions that we already know about, and to look for an environment where you can explain them. And remembering our cross-cutting topic of transnational governments, it could be a very important point to work. And like when I'm mentioning subnational, I'm not only talking about states, provinces, and municipalities, but more local. And it's the change to communities, to associations. Very interesting. We have time for one more question. We have more questions online as well as in person. Thank you. Go ahead. Good afternoon, and congratulations to both of you. I loved it. And I liked the fact that you're talking about hard numbers. Not, I believe, I think the topic of transportation, but I want to put on the table two things. First, I love adrenaline. I like to travel on my motorcycle. I like people pushing me in the metro. I love it. You don't know how much I like it. However, what I don't like is not having safety or security. So those are options that would allow us to travel very comfortably. I had the opportunity of using transportation in the three countries that are part of the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. And that is my first statement. And the second has to do, and going back to the hard numbers with life cycle. It's very interesting, and you were first on that answer. You get to Andres, because a vehicle transportation is a type of equipment which life cycle results in greater contamination by the user than the manufacturing. That distinguishing factor is if the equipment is going to last longer, and the contamination is going to be greater than if it's shorter period of time. I hope that we could have time for more explanation of life cycle, which is very, very interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the online intervention, there's a comment that sustainable transportation goes against culture. When you have transportation, you don't like, for example, the style of the bus, we are too crowded, and going to a different type of transportation could be a little bit different from a cultural perspective. In 1 minute, can you answer? And the intercultural topic, can we make changes as humans? I don't know if you have ideas in that sense. Who wants to go first? Yes, I completely agree. In order to be able to wait for a moral change, it is very important to have a security, not that it's liable, not that it will happen, not only with public transportation. If you are at the bus stop and it doesn't go by, in many cities, it's dangerous, and sometimes it's very difficult and complex. You also have to have security. So it's very complex, but we have to go that way. And a little bit of hope. There are cities that have been able to decrease the use of vehicles. Paris, I think 40% in 2015, London, 40%. And in the TomTom index, London is the one that takes more time to travel 10 kilometers. But there's a trend, there are solutions, and the idea is not to eliminate the vehicle, and you cannot use it in the highway. But when does it make sense? If for many trips, the vehicle doesn't make sense. So you have to find a balance and to look for that balance, that sustainability. That's important. Thank you. Ken?
Yeah, just quickly, I'll echo the point on how cities can really be leaders in kind of changing the transportation systems. We're seeing a lot of great examples come out with cities doing things like low emission zones or zero emission zones and really actively trying to do what they can to shift to these cleaner, more sustainable forms of transit. On the life cycle question, I think I could talk here for about 2 hours about all the assumptions that go into it and all the different nuances of it. But I think I'll just say that it kind of gives us a metric to really consider not only those emissions that are happening when the vehicle is being used, but also to consider its production, the battery production, and ultimately the disposal and recycling more desirably of the vehicle and the battery at the end of the life of the vehicle. So it really is about providing that metric that we can look at to start to make some comparisons across the different options that are available.
Ok, bueno, y con eso, damas y caballeros, hay muchas preguntas, yo lo sé.
So with that, I know there are many questions, but we need to continue with the exchange of ideas at the tables. And please send us your comment. Having the microphone in a room with 250 people is not a good idea. That is why we would like to suggest the mode of exchange of ideas so we make sure that we can receive all your engagement. So let's give a round of applause to the panel members in this session. The next panel is about environmental justice. And we are going to have two presentations from here, from in person, and another one on the other side, yes, Zoom. But we want to start with the survey so that you can offer your knowledge. So once again, you know the routine, we put the code, and please help us with the following question. How can the CC promote environmental justice in North America? And from there, we have several options so that you can give us advice and to share your knowledge and your experiences. Okay.
Renee, would you join me up here, please? Bueno, entonces ahora tenemos
now
otro milagro
we have another technological miracle. We have the with us, Ingrid Waldron, professor
She's a director. She's professor and Hope Chair in Peace and Health, Global Peace and Social Justice Program from the Faculty of Humanities in McMaster University. He is going to give us a few. Ingrid?
Okay, so I'm going to begin. I'm going to talk about the work I've been doing since 2012 on environmental racism in Nova Scotia and then subsequently in Canada. So as I said, I've been doing it since 2012, examining the social, ecological, political, and health effects of environmental racism in Canada. And if you look at this slide, you will see the late James Desmond, who was an environmental activist in the African Nova Scotian community in Nova Scotia. Unfortunately, he passed away in April of last year, but he was one of the first people that I met who was doing this work. And this is how James Desmond defined environmental racism when I met with him and when I filmed him for a very short documentary that was produced in 2014. So when you look at this quote, basically what he's saying, and I'm going to just translate it in another way, he's saying that the practice has been locating industrial waste sites next to African Nova Scotian Native and poor white communities that don't have a base to fight back. You ask if that's environmental racism. It's environmental racism to the core. Next slide. More specifically, I just want to go through the academic definition of environmental racism, which really reflects what James just said. And the academic definition comes from Dr. Robert Bullard. He's an African-American teaching at University in Texas, and he's considered to be the father of environmental justice. And this is how he defines environmental racism. He says environmental racism is racial discrimination in the disproportionate location and greater exposure of Indigenous and racialized communities to pollution from polluting industries and other environmentally hazardous activities. He says it's racial discrimination and the lack of political power these communities have for resisting the placement of these industrial polluters in their communities. In addition, environmental racism is racial discrimination in the implementation of policies that sanction or allow the harmful and in many cases life-threatening presence of poisons in these communities. It's also about the disproportionate negative impacts of environmental policies that result in differential rates of cleanup of environmental contaminants in these communities. And finally, environmental racism is racial discrimination in the history of excluding the very communities, Indigenous and racialized communities, the very communities that are most impacted by environmental racism. There tends to be an exclusion of these communities from mainstream environmental groups, decision-making boards, commissions, and regulatory bodies. Next slide. I want to provide a few case studies on environmental racism across Canada, and these are cases that have been happening since the early 1940s. So first is Pictou Landing First Nation, an Indigenous community. So between 1967 and 2020, Northern Pulp Mill had been dumping effluent into Boat Harbor in Pictou Landing First Nation in Nova Scotia, which the community says is connected to high rates of cancer and other illnesses in their community. There's also Amjinwang First Nation near Sarnia, Ontario. It's often referred to as Chemical Valley. This is a community that is considered to be the largest, or an area that's considered to be the largest petrochemical complex, grouping over 60 petrochemical facilities within a 25 square kilometer area, which the community also says is linked to high rates of cancer, reproductive illnesses, and other health issues in their community. Wet'suwet'en First Nation in northern BC, over the past few years, mass demonstrations, sit-ins, and blockades have gripped parts of Canada over the movement to support the leaders of Wet'suwet'en First Nation, who are opposed to a multi-billion-dollar pipeline project coming into their community in northern British Columbia. We also have Africville. It's a Black community, Africville, in Nova Scotia, which is a community, I would say, that had to face both gentrification, urban renewal, urban revitalization. These are all terms that actually obscure how negative this experience was. This is a community that faced expropriation, expulsion. They were forced out of their community in the late 1960s because the city of Halifax was trying to make way for industrial development. So they needed this community to get out. So I consider this to be a case of both gentrification and environmental racism. Why environmental racism? Because in the midst of this industrial development in Africville, a lot of social and environmental hazards were left in the community. And these hazards included a fertilizer plant, a slaughterhouse, a tar factory, a stone and coal crushing plant, a cotton factory, a prison, 3 systems of railway tracks, and an open dump. Next, we get to Lincolnville. You saw a photo of James Desmond earlier. This is his community. The African Nova Scotian community in Lincolnville have been exposed to a first and second generation landfill since 1974. The first generation landfill put there in 1974, and a second generation landfill put right on top of the first one in 2006. And this community would say that the increasing rates of cancer since 1974 is due to these dumps. We then have Shelburne. Shelburne is another African Nova Scotian community. South end of Shelburne, I should say, is an African Nova Scotian community. And since 1942, they've had a dump in their community that they say is linked to high rates of cancer, particularly multiple myeloma, which is a blood cancer in their community. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about overcoming systemic structural factors contributing to environmental racism. The systemic structural issues that need to be overcome with respect to environmental racism include the failure of environmental assessments to consider the structural determinants of health that compromise the health and well-being of Indigenous and Black communities. In other words, given that these communities suffer the worst health outcomes in Canada in general, separate from environmental racism, due to various structural determinants of health, such as income insecurity and poverty and fragile public infrastructure and poor housing and food insecurity, environmental assessments then must begin to consider how placing toxic facilities in these communities further compromises the well-being of these communities, as I said, that are already dealing with poor health outcomes due to those various structural factors I mentioned. To rectify this, those involved in developing environmental assessments must embed a structural determinants of health framework that considers the existing vulnerabilities that Black and Indigenous communities face before citing toxic facilities in these communities. It's also important to embed an Indigenous ecological knowledge framework in how environmental assessments are developed to consider how extraction disrupts the well-being of Indigenous communities whose well-being is premised on harmony between land, water, humans, animals, and insects. In addition, impacted communities should be provided with opportunities to contribute their ideas and suggestions to environmental assessments. In addition, in terms of overcoming systemic and structural issues, the underrepresentation of Black and Indigenous environmental policymakers and decision makers in Canada means that non-Black and non-Indigenous, for example, white policymakers, get to be the decision makers, and then therefore they hold a lot of power as to where these dangerous sites go. So they will continue to develop environmental policies and decisions that harm Black and Indigenous people. And then what's happening is then they are protecting their own communities. They're protecting their own white communities. To resolve this, the Federal Department of Environment and Climate Change and Departments of Environment and Climate Change in every province in Canada should devise strategies to involve impacted communities in decision-making and policymaking. In addition, we need to see more Black and Indigenous communities entering academic disciplines such as engineering, planning, environmental science, and environmental studies. The failure to provide Black and Indigenous people with an opportunity to have a seat at the table is another issue. In other words, Black and Indigenous people are rarely invited to participate in environmental policy making and decision making. I'm not talking now about whether or not they're decision makers or policy makers, but just the average community member. They're rarely invited to have a seat at the table, which means that the very people who are most impacted by environmental racism don't have an opportunity to share their lived experience with toxic facilities or share their suggestions for how to deal with these facilities. To resolve this, government and environmental organizations must make a greater effort to reach out to impacted communities and invite them to participate in conversations about climate action and policy. I am pleased to say that I co-developed Canada's very first environmental justice law, which came into effect in June or on June 20th this year. As part of this law, a national environmental justice strategy is currently being developed for Canada, which will involve consultations with impacted communities across the country, providing them with opportunities to share their concerns and suggestions about environmental racism that will inform this strategy. So this strategy is essentially a policy, and it now gives those communities a bit of a seat at the table. They may not be a seat, it may not be a seat at the table where they're in the same room as these policymakers, but they will be involved in the co-creation of this national environmental justice strategy, which means to me, in a way, they're going to be involved in the creation of policy. Next slide. I want to talk a little bit about using an intersectional framework. In general, I still believe understandings around environmental injustices continue to be premised on social class as being the most important factor. Many environmental and climate change theorists, advocates, and activists fail to use an intersectional approach to consider how race intersects with class, gender, and geographical location in ways that render Indigenous, Black, and other racialized communities more exposed and vulnerable to the impacts of toxic industry and climate devastation. In other words, low-income Black and Indigenous communities living in geographically isolated places and on reserves are more exposed to and vulnerable to climate devastation and environmental injustices than other groups. Next slide. Why is gender important when we think about environmental racism? So while there has been an increasing, not fast enough, but an increasing recognition of race as a salient factor in environmental injustices, gender has not been significantly recognized as a variable in environmental racism or climate change. In other words, it's also important to intersect gender with race and class to understand the impacts of environmental racism and climate change. For example, Indigenous people in Amjinwang First Nation experience high rates of various illnesses that are gendered, such as high rates of gestational issues and birth anomalies, as well as high rates of reproductive problems such as reproductive cancers. In addition, socially constructed gender roles mean that many women in developing countries are more exposed and vulnerable to climate devastation because of their responsibilities for fetching water and other resources outside their homes. Next slide. I'm now going to get into key lessons. Key lessons that have emerged from my research that, if adopted by others, would improve equity outcomes include the following. Using an intersectional framework, as I mentioned, to examine exposure to, preparedness for, and resilience in the face of environmental racism and climate change helps us to understand who is most vulnerable to environmental racism and climate devastation. The factors that make these communities unprepared for environmental racism and climate change devastation, the factors that make these communities less resilient in the face of climate change, and therefore the interventions that are needed to strengthen resilience. Building multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral partnerships among community members is also a key lesson that I've learned through my research. What I've learned is how beneficial it is to develop these multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral partnerships among community members, community leaders, professors and researchers in diverse disciplines, and community organizations in different sectors is the key to addressing the many complex issues we face, like environmental racism and climate change inequities. In my work, getting people to empathize with and act on environmental and climate injustices impacting communities has involved increasing awareness about climate change inequities and environmental racism by using diverse tools. So this is another lesson I've learned in terms of knowledge sharing, using diverse tools, which is something that I do, and resources such as reports, journal articles, documentary film, mapping, workshops, symposium, multimedia, policy briefs, and legislation, such as my involvement, as I mentioned, in the development of Canada's first environmental justice law, which emerged out of a private member's bill called Bill C-226. Next slide. What is the question that I would like to hear answered by the other panelists? Well, I'm really curious about multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral partnerships. How have you leveraged multidisciplinary and or multi-sectoral partnerships in your work to address environmental racism and or climate injustices? Thank you very much for listening.
And we take your question seriously, and I think as a provocation for our next speaker as well, who I think may have had something up her sleeve to that effect anyway.
Absolutely.
So I want to present to you Renee LaPointe Jameson, founder and leader, Black Girl Environmentalist, the Boston Hub, and she is an environmental engineer, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing from her. Go ahead, Renee.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Oh, double mics. Okay, great. Thank you so much for, oh yes, thank you, for having me. I'm really honored to be able to be here. Thank you as well to all the people in the back working on slides and tech and translating. You guys have been so wonderful. My name is Renee LaPointe Jameson. I'm a community organizer and I'm also an environmental engineer. I do research for and with different marginalized communities around the globe, addressing environmental hazards that they're disproportionately exposed to, and I advocate for interventions, resource implementation, and policy change to address health disparities. So some of the communities I work with include incarcerated women in the United States. I advocate for improvement of their environmental health conditions and their reproductive health rights. I've also worked with local farmers in Western Uganda trying to mitigate the impacts of elephant crop raiding. And I also work with Palestinians in the West Bank trying to increase food and water security under apartheid. I'm also the founder and leader of the Boston branch of the nonprofit Black Girl Environmentalist, which I'm very excited to tell you more about. So a little bit about Black Girl Environmentalists. So we're a national nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the pathway for and retention of Black girls, women, and gender expansive people in the climate justice movement and environmental fields. So again, we're based in the US. We're in 14 or 15 cities across the US. And what each of these hubs are doing, and what I do as the Boston leader, is host free professional development, youth-focused advocacy, and nature excursion programming to build community and share resources. So some examples of our programming that I've hosted in Boston, we do programs like learning water safety and trying kayaking, but we also do things like hosting different Black women environmental professors from universities around Boston to share their research. We also do gardening. We also do volunteering with local prison book programs and learning about environmental justice in prisons and so much more. And then on a national level, Black Girl Environmentalists, we actually have a Hazel M. Johnson Fellowship that places college students into summer environmental internships. And these internships are in really diverse fields from fashion to climate tech, renewable energy, everything in between. We also host a Black, Indigenous, and other people of color Green Career Summit annually, have a college mentorship program, and other green workforce development initiatives that I'm very proud of. But another big part of our work at Black Girl Environmentalists is addressing this narrative change or trying to advance this narrative change that Black girls, women, and gender expansive people are, one, not in the environmental spaces and that they're not interested in environmental spaces. In reality, Black girls, women, and gender expansive people are disproportionately impacted, are disproportionately exposed to the severity of all of our environmental issues due to gender inequality, due to colonialism, due to racism, making them more susceptible to escalating environmental stressors. So when we're thinking about the fact that this is a community that's intimately knowledgeable in the impacts of environmental issues, they know these issues best, that means that they know the solutions best. And we need to be a part of the spaces to be creating these long-term sustainable solutions. So when people think that Black women aren't in these spaces and that we're underrepresented, what we're really needing to be talking about is that we're not underrepresented. We're historically and continuously excluded from these decision-making spaces and these positions of power to advance visions that we want to see of solutions for a just climate future for ourselves and everyone. And if we want, again, sustainable, effective climate solutions, environmental solutions, at the end of the day, we need to be a part of it. And all of us here have a responsibility to foster spaces that don't push out voices, that bring valuable perspectives. On that note, if we want our environmental solutions to be effective, we also must get to the root of why Black women are disproportionately affected, why other communities of color are disproportionately affected, why low-income people are disproportionately affected. And that's the root causes of our environmental issues. They're systems of oppression. It's capitalism, it's colonialism, it's white supremacy, which interestingly enough, it's also the root causes of our social issues. So very, very briefly, but capitalism, as many of you are familiar, is an economic mode of production that prioritizes profit over everything else. It also believes in infinite profit. And to do that in a world that has finite resources inherently means that it will require and encourage the exploitation of people and the environment to make larger and larger profits. Colonialism, I'll focus on settler colonialism, a system of oppression based on genocide that basically has settlers trying to replace an existing population of people for the sake of resource control, exploitation of those people and or the planet. And I think what's most important to take away through our environmental lens is that at the end of the day, treatment of people and the planet are deeply intertwined. You cannot be trying to rid a place of the people without also exterminating and destroying the land that they cherish so much. And finally, white supremacy is used as justification for settler colonialism, is used as a reasoning for capitalism exploiting some racial and ethnic minorities more than others, and has also deemed many marginalized communities as environmentally disposable. So I think this really prevents all of us from mobilizing on behalf of certain environmental issues by thinking that they're not our issue, or having the impacts of certain environmental issues be really localized to, again, groups that have been made more vulnerable. And all of these things, as I've mentioned, explain why Black, Indigenous, other people of color are most affected by environmental issues. At the end of the day, we need to be saying environmental racism is the reason, environmental classism is the reason, and that's not random. That's not due to individual choices or community choices. It's due to these systems. So everyone here as policymakers, as community members, as leadership in your organizations, at the end of the day, your recommendations need to be grounded in asking yourself, how are we challenging these systems? And how are we showing up for people by resisting the status quo that is based upon harm of marginalized groups? On that note, I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the research I do related to the triple planetary crisis and how we can see those three systems being applied in a real life environmental issue. So I do research on PFAS, specifically with the Mashpee in the past and the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe in Cape Cod in Massachusetts. I also do research on PFAS related to home-based exposures through air and dust. This is actually a picture of me processing a dust sample. And I also do research related to PFAS exposure through consumer products. Some of you might be thinking, Renee, what's PFAS? I will explain. So PFAS are a class of chemicals. There are actually over 14,000 chemicals that are used in consumer products to make them non-stick or waterproof, grease-resistant, stain-proof, etc. And they're known as forever chemicals because they take a really long time to break down, sometimes thousands of years. And they're highly persistent in the environment. They can very easily move through water, air, actually bioaccumulate in our bodies. And the issue with PFAS is that it gets into our environment primarily a lot of different means, but primarily through manufacturing waste, pollution, and mismanagement of products that had PFAS in them. So PFAS don't remain in these products. They can easily, again, mitigate into the, or leach into the environment. So PFAS exposure is very widespread in the US and beyond. I'll focus on the US, that's my own expertise. The Centers for Disease Control believes that around 98% of Americans have PFAS in their blood. And while exposure, as I say over here, is high, that exposure is also deeply unequal because of the deliberate placing of hazardous manufacturing and environmental facilities in Black, Brown, Indigenous communities, the placement of landfills more often in Black, Brown, Indigenous, low-income communities in the United States. These groups actually receive higher levels of PFAS through water, through the air, through general exposures, and that deeply impacts their health. So again, why are PFAS so bad? They're linked to a variety of very negative health impacts, including decreased fertility, immune system suppression, developmental issues in children, various cancers, and so much more. So this is how we're seeing white supremacy and settler colonialism play into not only the distribution of harms, but where we're seeing PFAS pollution show up in the United States and beyond. But what about capitalism? This is the worst part. Companies knew about the dangers of PFAS since the 1950s. As early as the 1950s, many of the companies that produce products using PFAS actually were testing and seeing the toxic effects on animals, and they suppressed that information. They doxed scientists, they blacklisted scientists that tried to say something, and they continued to allow for the production of products with these dangerous chemicals, knowing it would harm people for generations to make more money. And that's the end goal of capitalism. Again, it's the prioritizing of a portfolio over the well-being of our earth and our people. And it's completely unacceptable. So what do we do? These are like 4 very easy seeming consumable bullet points, but I'd like to elaborate on each of them. So first, in relation to PFAS pollution and general manufacturing of plastics, particularly in the US, we really need upstream regulations on manufacturing for safety and sustainability. We need to be banning classes of chemicals rather than individual chemicals in manufacturing, so we're not constantly chasing after the next chemical that we determine causes harm to people. If we ban whole classes like PFAS, we'd be advancing people's health a lot more efficiently. Additionally, we need more thorough and independent testing of chemicals before they're allowed to be used in consumer products. We need greater ingredient transparency for consumer products to lower your exposure of the things that you're using. And we also, ultimately, big one, we need lowering of the single-use plastic generation and general plastic generation. Recycling is not the solution, folks. Recycling was created by the plastic industry to put the burden of waste management on everyday people like us, rather than in an upstream manner having to figure out how they'll likely make less money, but mean to manufacture things in a more sustainable way. So we cannot be turning to recycling. That is downstream. We need to be working in an upstream manner. And this point, obviously, all of these things ultimately need to challenge capitalism, colonialism, white supremacy. This one challenges capitalism. Oh, okay. Equity and urban planning, we need to be making sure that our community development is actively combating the racism and classism that has allowed for some communities to be overly exposed to environmental hazards compared to others. This is really just acknowledging that there's been some great investment in some spaces and communities and others have been left behind. And we need to be thinking about environmental solutions that aren't just the typical, related to plastic generation or related to cars, but viewing things like affordable housing, green space creation and preservation, as well as making sure our communities remain financially accessible to those that have already been living there as we do those green space investments. This one, I think people have emphasized enough today, but having members of communities that are most impacted by these issues being at the table, not just being at the table, but leading conversation at the table, actually being heard and being listened to when the people listening may not like what they have to say, and being compensated well for it. I also just want to make a quick note that I think a lot of times we value people that have fancy degrees from big institutions, and that should not be the case. Ancestral and lived experience are deeply valuable in this environmental space. And finally, land back period. Give Indigenous people back the land that they stewarded. We know for a scientific fact that tribal and First Nations forest management is the most successful land conservation method we have, so we should be using it. Finally, I just want to say I can't responsibly be here today and use this platform to advocate for environmental justice without or mitigating social, racial, and economic inequities of environmental policy without talking about the escalated genocide of Palestinians at the hand of Israel and the US government. To not mention this ongoing man-made ecological and humanitarian disaster is to host a disingenuous conversation on solution making for all, because all means all occupied, oppressed peoples, all indigenous peoples. I encourage everyone here to see how the occupation of Palestine, the genocide occurring in Palestine, is relevant to the triple planetary crisis. First, in relation to climate change, in just the first 2 months of Israel's bombardment on Gaza, more greenhouse gases were emitted than what the 20 most climate vulnerable nations in a year generate. That was just in the first 2 months. It's now been 14 months. In relation to biodiversity, over 70% of agricultural land in Gaza has been destroyed, as well as 90% of cattle. Soil is deeply contaminated with radioactive materials and contaminants. The air has high particulate matter, and water has been deemed unfit for human consumption. This is an issue for us. And of course, pollution, all the waste from bombs, over 81,000 tons of bombs. This is related to us. We have a responsibility to speak up and say to our governments that at the bare minimum, there needs to be a ceasefire, there needs to be an arms embargo, and that understanding that an ecocide, again, is all of our issue. Thank you. And lastly, I just want to say, what would our world look like if our governments invested in a just climate future as much as, and instead of this genocide? I specifically want to speak to, again, the US environmental policymakers in the room. This year alone, the US has sent minimum around 25 billion with a B to upwards of $80 billion to Israel in the form of weapons. What would that have looked like if we invested in a just climate future and transition? What would that look like for green workforce development? What would that have looked like for public transit investments? We need to have a conversation about how all of the work we're doing here is very possible. We have all the tools, the knowledge we need to be living in the future that we want to have. We're not allocating the money towards it. So we need to have very frank conversations about that. And the last thing I'll say is thank you for having me, even if you didn't like hearing what I had to say. I think that's especially important, hearing things that you don't want to hear. And it's important that the comforts of our nation's governments and people in power are not prioritized over the well-being and lives of the rest of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Good work. Lovely. Okay, and before we move on to the next topic, I did want to note that the CEC has established a network of people working in environmental justice. And we have with us here in the audience, Darcy Higgins, to tell us a little bit about this. So Darcy, if you don't mind taking the mic for just a few minutes, and what are you doing? What is this network? What's it about? And where are you headed?
Sure. Buenas tardes a todos. Soy
Good afternoon
Darcy.
to everybody. My name is
Soy de
Darcy.
Toronto.
I am from
Es, la
Toronto.
ciudad más grande en
Toronto
Canadá.
is the largest city in Canada.
I was, to
Eh,
introduce myself, grew up in a town called Sarnia. Sarnia, it was mentioned in the first presentation, beside Amjanong First Nation, where the significant amount of chemical industry is based, petrochemical in Canada. And so I began being interested in environmental issues by learning about the pollution in the community and looking into some of the data that was available at the time. So it's so interesting to learn about the mapping and GIS and community-based solutions we have now. I was introduced to the CEC last year with a meeting of communities for environmental justice. And this is very close to my heart. And we are going to have another meeting of this network this Friday. And so this communities network came about with very important work. It's great that the CEC is grounding this work in what communities are doing. And it was so valuable for me to learn and make connections with people here in Mexico and to learn about the issues, some of which are caused by Canadian mining companies, you know? So there are a lot of connections. There are a lot of problems and a lot of opportunities, I think, to work across the continent together. I've really enjoyed making connections with everyone. And for me now, I work an organization called Lift 360 Foundation. So we're training youth and supporting communities to start climate projects. And we work with the projects that they would like to start with their own ideas in their communities. And we help them to mentoring, training, whatever they need to be successful. And through the last year, we've made more connections in Mexico. We have an idea for an event featuring youth from Canada, Mexico, and United States. And I guess, invite opportunity for collaboration. Like this opportunity, we have the same lands and waters crossing our borders, and we have incredible challenges with climate change. I personally are most interested right now in how do we grow the idea of climate adaptation and resilience. Seems like such a difficult challenge with so many climate issues ahead of us. But I'd really love everybody in the world to know about climate resilience and be prepared, at least in small ways. So we have a project in Toronto that the CEC funded with a couple of organizations working on heat planning in a dense low-income community. And it's about developing tools from the community, identifying what are the climate change issues in a particular neighborhoods. Could be heat, could be flooding, other risks. And how do we work together with our neighbors? And in Canada, a lot of that is like building or rebuilding social bonds and connections. So when an emergency comes, we're there, you're there to work with your neighbors to support each other. So that's what I'm really interested in. And I hope to connect with everyone here through the rest of the week about that. Thank you for the great presentations. And I agree, we have money for, if we had less money for war, we'll have more for environmental justice. So thank you, everyone, and great to connect.
Thank you,
Cheers.
Darcy. Okay, wonderful. Well, we just have a few minutes left, but I would like to ask each of the panelists a question here. Ingrid, you mentioned some very clear case studies of examples of citing polluting industries in poor, marginalized, and racialized communities. And that was done because some people didn't want it in their own communities. And that means that some communities are already very well organized, well funded, and well connected. And I wonder if you have a sense of how to engage with communities who may already be well organized and funded and connected, and what is to be done. I mean, you suggested having a place at the table, and of course that makes a lot of sense, and it's a theme that has been running through. But you're not necessarily going to be as well funded and connected as people who've been experienced in pulling the levers of power for many, many years. And so I wonder if you have thoughts on organizing and combating the sort of more invisible and maybe insidious ways of maintaining status quo in different places for, in your case, citing projects, as you were mentioning. Renee, I'd be curious to hear about your views on that for the PFAS thing. You mentioned the connection to capitalism. And Darcy, I wonder if the solidarity networks that you talk about have anything to say about that. So Ingrid, if we could just have a minute and a half from each of you before we have to move on, I'd really like to know if you have insights on that one. Please.
When you talk about the people who are connected, you're talking about mostly white communities that are not facing these issues. I mean, I think that's already happening because many of them are allies. Through my Enrich organization, our membership is probably primarily individuals who are white. They're coming from the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, Environmental Defense, David Suzuki. I've met many of these people, and they are white. So I think as we continue to educate people and they understand the systemic underpinnings of environmental racism, that it's more about the structural issues that need to be dealt with than pointing to malevolence in some way in white people. I think that's how in Canada white people seem to take everything, is that they're cruel or they're malevolent. So I think over the years, what I've seen, particularly with government people and politicians, that they've had to learn about the systemic underpinnings of environmental racism. I think in the beginning, people thought environmental racism, is she crazy? What is Dr. Waldron talking about? That's stupid. You know, there's a lot of skepticism about my work. And as I continue to do symposiums and workshops and meetings to kind of talk about maybe some of the theoretical issues, but the systemic issues, people started to get it. And I think the reason that the bill became law is because the mostly white politicians in Senate and in Parliament in Canada understood it finally. So even though it's boring, the key to most things to understanding is education, as I continue to educate people who are not necessarily impacted members of the community, but also the people that I know who are on board, who are part of my membership, are mostly white, and they're very, very committed to some of this work. So I think much of that is being done already. And when we think of the people that are making the decisions, I think we need to target those specific people in terms of presentations that I'm doing. I'm asked to do tons of presentations every year. Recently it was a presentation to the Federal Department of Environment and Climate Change in Canada. They make many of the decisions. Most people on the call were white. There were about over 140 people there. If I continue to do that, I think people start to get it. So I think it's creating awareness. When I started the project, it seems like a benign kind of action plan, but just creating awareness through digital media, through traditional media, through social media, through talks, does a lot. I think it takes time, but I think that's the way to get to people.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ingrid. Renee, thoughts?
Am I still on? Yay. I think it's really important to understand that environmental justice is for everyone. But when we center those that are most marginalized, those that are most impacted in our efforts, everyone will benefit. So this isn't charity work on behalf of some communities, especially when those communities should be leading the space. And this also isn't white people and wealthy people. While in the United States, they are the primary contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. We're not trying to paint them as the enemy either. This is, again, collaborative work. Again, I'm an engineer, and a lot of people are surprised by that because obviously I talk a lot about systems of oppression. But those being the root causes of our environmental issues, if I want to design effective solutions, I should be knowledgeable in that space. And an example I give to kids I teach about environmental justice and engineering is think about crash dummies for cars. For many years, I'll speak again from the lens of the US, crash dummies were designed to be like the average build of a man. So in relation to accidents and understanding harm against the body, it was just for a man. So think about a woman that's shorter or a man that's smaller. It wasn't applicable to them. The same safety wasn't being extended to them. It's the same. So we should, in summary, have crash dummies of a variety of body types and sizes, and if anything, should be designing for like the smallest person and the smallest body in order for those protections to extend to everybody. And that's the same for environmental justice. Again, when we center those that are most impacted by these issues in these conversations, in our policies, this is going to advance the well-being of everyone. So we're all on the same side here. That's my answer.
Nice. Lovely. Okay. Darcy, any thoughts on this last topic here?
I think I agree there's been a lot of movement on this. So being environmentalist for about 20 years, it used to be that, it was just white men in the environmental field and leading these NGOs and such. And I think there's a lot of change coming because of the work of the two folks just spoke. And that something I do is to bring young women of color as the speakers, as the leaders, to present, to share their project ideas. The youth, the young people that are creating projects in the environmental movement is mostly young women of color. That's a big change. And so we all, with our the stages that we can provide, the organizations we have. We can provide those people, those are that are most marginalized. Those are most impacted by climate change and environmental racism. They're the ones that we can bring to lead this work and to support them however we can. Sometimes it means I have the microphone right now spontaneously, but stepping back and giving other people the chance to lead.
Very good. Thank you, Darcy. Very good. Well, very stimulating conversation, lots of wonderful ideas. Really appreciate the time, Dr. Waldron. I know with all those requests, we're very grateful that you made time for ours. And thank you as well, Renee, for coming all the way down here, and Darcy as well. Big round of applause for our presenters, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bueno, transitamos entonces al
Okay,
español.
we'll move to Spanish. We are in the final. We are about to reach
¿Qué es? ¿La hora feliz? No.
the happy hour. Is it the happy hour? No.
Las 5.
At five.
Sigue nuestro,
We continue
nuestro evento.
with
Saliendo de
our
aquí,
event.
tenemos una oportunidad
After
para
leaving
platicar un poco
here,
más
we have
informalmente.
informally networking.
Naturales y
We
algunos
have
tentempiés
waters,
mexicanos
fruit waters,
picar y
and we have
para
hors
comentar.
d'oeuvres.
Ahora quiero
And
invitar,
now I would like to
porque quiero
invite,
invitar a nuestros últimos 3 invitados
I
del
we
día
want to
del
invite
panel
our
de
three
la
last
red de
presenters.
jóvenes
It's
de la
youth
CEC.
presenters
Por
from
favor,
the CC.
Augie, Frida, Sophie, acompáñenme, por
Agustín,
favor.
Frida,
Una ronda de
and
aplauso para estos 3 jóvenes.
Sophie, I'm sorry. A round of applause for these 3 youngsters.
Hola, hola, bienvenidos, bienvenidas.
Welcome.
A ver, este grupo es un grupo
This group
fascinante.
is a fascinating
Y
group.
además de ser líderes
And
del
besides
futuro, son
being
líderes
the future leaders,
actualmente,
they are the leaders for
en la
today,
actualidad.
currently.
Vienen de una
And
reunión
they are
muy
coming from a
interesante
very
la semana
interesting
pasada
meeting that they had last
de la red de
week
jóvenes de la
in the
CEA, en donde
youth network
plantearon los
from the
temas que hoy
CC.
y mañana
And
estamos platicando.
they
Y
presented
vienen a
the topics that we're
contarnos
discussing today and
de esa
tomorrow.
experiencia,
And
vienen a
they will give us
reportar
their
cómo les
experience
fue
and
en su
report
consulta con
how they
jóvenes
did
en
with
nuestros
their
países
consultation with
sobre
youth
estos
in the 3
temas. Vienen a
countries on these
informarnos,
topics.
educarnos y
They are here to
cómo
inform us,
es
to
el
educate us,
objetivo
and
común de
what is the
estos
common
jóvenes,
objective
aliar e
for the
influir
future,
sobre
and
las
to
políticas
influence
públicas en
to
nuestros 3
influence the
países
public policies in
respecto
our
a
3 countries
los
with
3 temas que
regards
tenemos
to the 3
enfrente.
topics that we have before us.
Entonces,
Okay,
a ver, tenemos una presentación
we have
compartida,
a
creo, de
shared
los 3, ¿verdad? Y luego
presentation,
vamos a
okay.
estar
And
pelotando
then
preguntas
we will
entre los 3.
be having
Les voy a
questions
pedir que se
between the
presenten
3 of
uno
you.
por uno mientras vayan tomando
Please
la palabra.
introduce yourself.
Perdón, por cierto, les vamos a quitar unos
We
10, 15
are
minutos de
going
nuestro
to
evento aquí saliendo
take
porque queremos
10, 15
escuchar
minutes
aquí a nuestros
from
colegas.
our event
Así
because we want to
que una
listen to
disculpa
our
de
colleagues.
antemano, eso es culpa
I
mía, no de
apologize.
ellos,
That
que
is my,
no lo
I'm to
resuelvan a ellos,
blame,
es culpa mía.
it's not their
¿Quién va a
fault.
empezar?
Who's going to start?
Frida, por
Frida.
favor, adelante.
Hola a todos. Buenas tardes,
Hello.
mucho gusto. Mi
Good
nombre es
afternoon.
Frida
My
Treviño.
name is Frida Treviño.
Yo soy
I
mexicana,
am
soy
Mexican.
ingeniera
I'm a
química
chemical engineer
y soy activista
and I'm a
climática.
climate activist.
No les voy a mentir,
I'm not going
las
to lie.
juventudes
The
están
youth
muy
is
angustiadas con
very
respecto a
worried
la
with regards
crisis
to
planetaria
the planet
y un poco de lo que
and a
ellos
little
nos
bit of what
compartían que
they
necesitan
shared
para poder
that they
continuar
need in order
con su
to
activismo,
continue
con su
with their
trabajo
activism,
colectivo,
with their collective
con
work,
todo este
with
trabajo
all this
comunitario, es en
community
parte
work is in part
algo de lo que ya está
uh,
haciendo la comisión,
something
que es abrir
that the Commission
estos
is already
espacios
doing, which is opening
de convertir a las
spaces
juventudes en
of
parte
turning
de la toma de
the
decisiones,
youth in part of the
fomentar
decision
las
making to
conexiones para que
promote
los proyectos
connections
que ya
so that
existen
the
puedan
projects
no nada
already
más
exist,
perdurar, sino también
not
que
only
puedan
to last,
evolucionar, que
but that they
las
can
juventudes que
evolve.
ya tienen
The
proyectos
youth
puedan
then
encontrar las maneras
we
y
have to
puedan
look for
empaparse de
ways
estas herramientas
and
para
have
aprender
the
a bajar
tools in
costos,
order to
para
download
aprender a
funds,
capacitarse más,
to
porque
learn how
pues
to
al final
train
del día
more,
ya lo sabemos,
because
las
at the end of the
juventudes son
day,
apasionadas,
youth are
ganas
passionate.
hay muchas,
We
pasión
have a lot of
hay
will,
muchas, pero las
passion
limitaciones
is very
son
high,
enormes y
but
cada
the
día estas
limitations are
limitaciones
very
para las
high and
juventudes van
the
creciendo más. Ya
limitations
todos
grow.
conocemos esas
All of us
limitaciones
know the
que van
limitations
desde
that
la
go
parte
from
económica
the
y
financial side,
social hasta
social,
política,
all
¿no?
the way to
Y algo
political.
de lo
I think that from all these participations, great participations that I was able to hear uh, from the youth of the three regions, three countries in the region, and this that they transmitted in order to obtain justice and this anxiety to discuss environmental issues. Youth are not living, youth are not asking more laws, more treaties, but comply with what already exists. These youth that from their territory, they fight every single day to protect ecosystems and natural protected areas, which in theory already protected by law. However, with complete impunity, we have these mega projects that destroy these areas that are already protected. So the reality is that we as youth, and I think that all the community, if we are not able to create pressure in our country so that the environmental laws that exist be complied with, we are completely lost. And there are two questions among questions and demands that were shared by the youth from the Commission. These are very complex questions, and they will not be solved today or tomorrow, nor by the end of the year. But they're looking for answers. And first, one, how can they, as youth, make environmental laws be complied? Two, how can the Commission be a platform in order to provide justice when we have these cases when environmental laws are omitted? So that is what they're asking for, because to commit or to meet the laws that are not being complied with is the only way that youth can obtain justice and to continue with this struggle, with this fight, and continue protecting their territories, their forests, their lakes, communities, and even their own lives.
Gracias, Frida. Excelente. Augie.
Excellent. Augie, what did you see? What did you listen to? Good afternoon. My name is Agustina Ángel Bernabé. I'm going to speak a little bit Spanish and then a little bit English so the people online can listen to us. Please try to slow down. Try to slow down. I'm a little bit nervous. We are paying attention to everything you say.
Environmental activist and a co-founder of a nonprofit organization that works out in the United States, especially in California. We work with youth in respects to youth education, climate assessments, and as well working with community to collaborate on different initiatives throughout Salinas, Monterey County, but also San Francisco Bay Area. So we do a lot of work in that in regards with our youth and trying to get community engagement involved. And a lot of the things that my colleague Frida was talking about, it was in regards to the youth are well aware of what's going on in the crisis today. You know, they're well informed, as well as communities who live in these burdened communities. So I think the issue is like, why do we need to look elsewhere for a different expertise for someone to tell us what is wrong with our communities when our communities and members of the communities and the youth already know? So why aren't we working with them closely to really make this collaboration and find solutions when it comes to these different topics that are environmental issues that we're trying to combat at a tri-national level, you know, international level? I think it's very important that there's this treaty within the three countries, because it kind of helps, you know, and also gives different perspectives of how different countries are working along the same issues to combat, you know, the same issues, but also how do they engage with community and youth to work with them in the respects of to find solutions when it comes to air pollution, you know, water issues, sea level rises, some of the GIS tools that we're using, but also Earth observations. And so it's really interesting to kind of see, hear different perspectives. The main one that we definitely talked about was the Earth observation technologies and other GIS tools. So it was really fascinating to see the different common themes that we saw within the youth that they were, you know, wanting to give recommendations. And some of the recommendations were accessibility, accessibility when it comes to youth and different communities. We must learn how to engage at a different levels. Not everyone has the same learning capacity. So what does that mean? How do we make sure that we're educating our youth and the communities in regards to the tools that we're using, collect the data that we're collecting? How do we break it down to a community level so that way they're well aware of like how to create those solutions? I think one of the things that I like using is creative arts, and I think with our youth, and even with adults too, I think that's the beauty of what makes us unique and kind of give us our little play in action. I think that's where we never stop growing, and we're always a kid at heart. So I think also using that creativeness of how do we approach different solutions, whether it's artistics, whether it's GIS tools, but also how do we make sure that the educational level is well aware, but also not using terminology at academia, and that it's not the terminology that community level use. So how do we make sure that terminology, and also breaking those barriers of financial, structures? I think one of the things is there's a lot of grants available out in the community, but when it comes to awarding those grants, what does that really mean? What does it really mean is there a collaboration within those grants, or are we just creating a system where we're just fighting with one another and not really trying to make work with alongside? And I think that's the system that's created in regards, and a lot of the youth and community are aware of that. It's education, but also the different funding approaches of like, okay, let's say if we are creating a international level of like funding, would that look the same when it comes to distributing it out in Mexico compared to the currency of the United States and Canada? So how would that funding project kind of be the same, so that way they have the same funding and tools and resources to provide that same infrastructure, but also updating more of the infrastructure? A lot of folks don't have technology to even buy or even use the resources when it comes to collecting data so I think these funding and finance opportunities will create those tools and resources for the communities to access more of these information and use that information to break it down into a community level. But also, a lot of times too, the infrastructure is not really up to date when it comes to cities officials or government officials. So I think also one of the things is how do we work with city officials to make sure that the infrastructure is up to date when it comes to modernizing or engaging to different approaches of using GIS tools or other Earth observation. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ok, entonces, mucho sobre peticiones
So there are many requests about enforcement from FRIDA's side and doing what we know what to do. And Augie, a lot of interest on accessibility, training, data collection to achieve the goal. And now, so
What did you see? What do you think?
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophie. I grew up in Montreal. Well, I actually grew up in St. Lazare, just outside of Montreal, but now I live in Ottawa. I'm a farmer, but I'm actually working with the federal government right now with a kind of an aside. So I'm getting a very wide scope of perspectives on environmental justice, and my thing is feminist agroecology. But I'm here to talk to you about sustainable transport after listening to a lot of youth from all over these three countries. And I wanted to start by painting you a picture. And I wore my Canadian outfit with my scarf and my big sweater for this. It was really cold in here this morning as well, so it reminded me of home. So imagine I'm on the street, minus 40 degrees outside, but with climate change, it's more like 40 degrees outside. For the Americans, minus 40 is minus 4 Fahrenheit. Not sure what 40 degrees is in Fahrenheit. I'm waiting for the bus. I have my final exam, or I'm going to see a family member, or whatever. I woke up this morning and it snowed. The train stopped because it snows. It never snows in Canada, so why? Of course the trains are going to stop. The bus is 30 minutes late. I woke up super early and made sure that I would get to my exam an hour early, but now it looks like I'm going to miss it. I haven't eaten. There's no food things near my house. The only thing I can get is the local depanneur, and I'm sick of eating Pop-Tarts every morning. There's no access to food. I understand that cars are really bad for the environment, but it takes me
10 minutes to drive to school, and I'd really love a car. You know, it would get me there faster. I wouldn't be waiting out in the cold. And it's just more affordable. Even with parking, even with gas, it costs me less money to get to school if I drive a car. These are stories that I hear a lot. And I live in the capital of my country. Imagine for those people who are rural, the people who live in communities that are so far away that you can't even get to them. You can only get to them by plane. How are we supposed to move around? We understand these issues because we're too poor to buy a car, and we're also too young to even drive. We rely on public transportation to get around, yet no one seems to want to ask us our opinion. So after talking to a lot of youth on this issue that from the UN, this is my statistic, 23% of all emissions in the world are due to transport. It's a pretty big thing. There was 4 clear things that came out from all the countries. We need to improve infrastructure, and as people were saying in the panel before, we need to make sure it's secure and accessible to everyone within our communities, but also between communities. How are we supposed to travel and speak to other people if we can't even reach them without getting in a car? We also need to raise awareness and also incentivize people to use public transportation. They've been incentivized just so long to use cars that we need to go back on what we've been discussing. We need cities that are for people. I really love the people that were saying this. We make cities for cars. Why are we not making cities for people? And finally, there are so many other communities and countries that are doing incredible things. So we need to get inspired by them and replicate what they're doing in our own way in our community. So we're youth, we have stuff to say, and I invite you to come and speak to all of us and all the other panelists throughout today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Gracias, Sophie.
Thank you, Sophie.
Muy bien, colegas. Bueno,
Great.
¿qué rol
So what role?
Perdón. Ah, es cierto, disculpa, me estoy saltando uno. ¿Quién sigue?
I skipped. Who did you skip?
Perdón.
I'm sorry.
Es el último tema y terminamos.
This is the last topic, and we will be
Pero bueno,
finished.
para el último tema
For the last topic that is focused on ecosystemic services and biodiversity management, the youth from the region had many things to say, so we took the most relevant aspects. And today we all voted and we agreed that the hydrate crisis should be the priority of the priority. The youth have the same opinion. The highest concern is the hydrate crisis, and something that the youth pointed out is that there is a lack of information to work in water restoration projects. The youth mentioned that we have prioritized forest restoration and monitoring. That's fabulous. We have to continue doing that, but there are no tools or platforms or data for youth to work on water restoration projects. What do we have to do to restore a basin? We don't have that information regarding basin restoration. So this is something extremely important for all of us. We have reached a critical point with that triple planetary crisis, but also the water crisis is more significant every day. In addition to the water, the lack of water, and the 3 countries in biodiversity, we want to have the indigenous communities at the center and the ancestral knowledge on the center of the table. They must have the last word in these processes of decision-making processes. And one of the another priority is prioritizing conservation before restoration. Restoration projects are marvelous. We have to restore what has been lost, but there are many projects to reforest, but the good ecosystems are being destroyed with complete impunity, as we mentioned before. So we have to restore, of course, but we also have to have as a top priority to preserve what we still have left. And finally, the youth requested more support to foster uh, biodiversity management projects in all sectors, but specifically in the agricultural sector. Why? Because we saw that the youth present in the workshop, they have been witnesses on how the agriculture has been the main factor to destroy biodiversity within their land. And they also talked about monocrops or single crops. They are not only degrading the soil, but also they are having economic issues because of that. And so these monocrops or single crops are invasive species, and they are displacing native species from the communities. Among the recommendations made by the youth, that is regulate the single crop and this ecocide project. We cannot continue talking about international cooperation, biodiversity treaties when we see a new ecocide project putting an ecosystem at risk. So at least in the youth community, one of the main topics is the Saguaro project. This is a project where they want to create send gas through Mexico and then through the Sea of Cortez and then through the ocean. This is the same route related to whale migration, whales that come from Canada, the US, and Mexico. We have been talking about the monarch butterfly, which is a species that coexist in the three regions. This is not the only species that migrate, and that we have the privilege of the three countries of living and coexisting with these species. So the people, the youth, I mean, feels hired in this international cooperation among the countries. We are destroying our biodiversity, and at the end of the day, we destroyed the Sea of Cortez, the Gulf of California, and the whales that we have here are the same whales that will be in the US and Canada. So we believe that we are killing ourselves.
Sí, volteo de aquí, 3 países, un medio ambiente.
I look here, and it's 3 countries, 1 environment, and that is the top. That is logo. Sophie,
You're a farmer. Yeah.
it is.
And Frida has just talked about some serious concerns on the part of youth with regards to agriculture. They're referring to, I think, a different kind of agriculture than the kind that you practice. But I wonder if you have thoughts on their concerns, and if you share some of them in terms of farming and what you see in the world of agriculture, and what you think should and could happen to support an environment rather than destroy it.
Totally. I think Frida really spoke well on the subject. It's terrifying. In Canada, I can speak to, I think the statistic is in the next 10 years, we'll be losing 40% of our farmers who are our farmers, not going to lie. They're white men who are 55 years old, and no one's replacing them. Why? Because companies are buying up the land. It's because we can't access the land. I'm probably never going to, I'm a farmer. I do not own the land I farm on. I farm on community land that is full of clay and is probably really hard to grow things on. And this is the land we're kind of pushed to, not the land that's going to feed our communities, because what do we want as agroecologists and people that want to support our communities? We want to feed them. We don't have a capitalist agenda. We want our communities to eat well. And capitalism, as was highlighted, is against that. We make agribusiness, and agribusiness are buying up all the land. In the prairies of Canada, it's terrifying. They don't just buy the land, they flatten the land. So talk about biodiversity loss. There's no more biodiversity if you've got rid of literally everything that's on the land to make this slab, which is a perfect square, which looks good, but you can't really grow anything on anymore. So I definitely echo that, and it's a big concern throughout the whole of North America.
Thanks. Augie, what is the role of community organizing, of youth, in terms of making the world a more sustainable place to live?
I think just creating that space. I think the youth, they just want to have a seat at the table, I think, and by us being here at this table is already giving them the advantage to have the opportunity to share their voices. I think it's also important to build relationships with one another. I think we're not always going to agree to disagree. You know, we can agree to disagree, but also I think that's the beauty of what makes a community come together is how do we work with one another to make sure that our differences are coming to a solution, and how do we make sure that it's given back to the community at the end of the day. We're not supposed to be fighting for one another. We're supposed to be engaging and collaborating with one another on combating all these issues that we're trying to solve together. So I think it's like creating that space, but also creating those relationships with one another and seeing how we can use each other's expertise. Because I may be an expert at one thing, but you can be an expert at another. So I think just being able to find those different youth that have those expertise of like community organizing and community building, but also having the community members be involved in these community decisions and policy making. So I think it's important that youth voices are being represented. And I think the way we try to engage is how do we make sure that youth can have a role in these decision makings, and that is through our youth programming. So and a lot of things too that I heard around here in the conference and with other colleagues and other youth is they just want a space. They want an opportunity to network with one another. I think too, it's like when another colleague was saying, it's like most of these spaces are for white folks, not gonna lie. It's like it's created for white folks, but it's the people that don't have a seat at the table are indigenous, Black, brown communities. And we see that. So it's like all these decisions that are being made at sometimes international conferences or conferences, the community input is not in there, or the youth voices. So it's now, how do we use that advantage in those spaces to make sure that we're advocating for the community needs and the youth needs, but also making sure that we're educating one another at a level that it is culturally relevant, but also at a level that everyone can engage and visually see or engage with one another, so that way they can educate. But also peer, sharing education with one another is really important. Just as I love learning how Canada or Mexico is working on the same solutions, but how can I take this back information and bring it back to my community? How can we use that same resources, information, and tools to provide that and bring it back into our communities? So I'll leave it at that.
Great. Thank you. Frida, hablaste de las preocupaciones de la aplicación.
You talked about the enforcement of the law, compliance with environmental laws. What can you do? What is the knowledge that you can give us to all of us? Are we still youth? What can you offer in terms of recommendations to improve the compliance with environmental laws? What is the role that is missing? And what can you teach us that sense? How can we enforce environmental laws? What can we do so the laws are enforced? I don't know if we have understood that, or that we, the youth, have understood that. But we have identified, and it was discussed before, the economic growth is prioritized more than life itself. We talked about this Aguaro project. It doesn't matter if there's a route of whale migration. It doesn't matter if this is a natural protected area. It doesn't matter all the biodiversity that is there. It's more important to be able to export gas. So that is what we identify as the major problem, and this is why we are fighting in order to have these environmental laws, and then they are just floating in the air. And then when the youth demand, then we have this other side that they put themselves at risk. We know that, for example, in Mexico, it's one of the most dangerous countries to be the defender of the environment. They put their lives at risk at the moment when they speak out and how these laws are being infringed. I hope that I wish I could have an answer, but I don't have it, and I don't think anybody has it. So we have to continue demanding from the authorities, and if we don't demand from them, then who can we demand from? If somebody here has the answer, I think that every youth would like to hear. Okay, we have a comment from the public and also one from a comment online. And we have 6 or 7 minutes for this exercise.
De entrada, Frida, felicidades, qué claridad. Gracias por ser la voz de los jóvenes
Thank
de
you
este
for
país.
being the voice. My name is Eric Saracho. I'm from San Francisco, Nayarit. It's a coastal community to the north of Puerto Vallarta. I protect this water and the habitat. Like you said, here in Mexico, it's very dangerous, it's very difficult, and it's delayed. I turned 57 years on Friday. I've been for 35 years. And they said, you start thinking differently because you don't have an opportunity anymore. But I want to tell you and the youth, don't abandon that sense of urgency that we have. It's not possible that this conversation start by saying, this is very bad, very, very bad, and nobody moves. We don't move here. In the morning, after the ceremony that we had, to the 7 directions, and then told us how things are with global warming, we would have to be crying at minimum, acting very strongly in order to make the changes in public policy and to coincide in order to have those changes. Unfortunately, like you said, the impacts and the environmental changes do not respect times, or they don't have the same times that the legal processes have, nor the social processes, unfortunately. And we have to fight. You asked, the one that knows how to do it, tell me. We don't know what to do, but we believe that with time gone by, we have experience. Today, we had to go to Profeta to talk about the defense of a territory of a building where they're building a building where they have the nest of the turtles, and they built that building with Canadian investment, and it is purchased by North American partners. And the hydric crisis is growing because we have an investment in Canadian dollars and Canadian US dollars and Canadian dollars, and they are very, very heavy. This is a topic that we are able to have two resolutions by Profepa. Those two buildings on national territory, the beach of the people, take them out. And they said, we go to annulment judgment. So we have 2 years of judgment in annulment. So the attorneys protect themselves, and we have 3 years in protection, or amparo, or in Mexico called amparo. Now we have a judicial reform. We want to think that things are going to change, but we do want to request for JPAC to look at those type of projects where U.S. capital stimulate a growth that exceeds the possibility of being able to make the law enforcement, what Frida said, the timely enforcement of the law and to have those, like in the case of San Francisco, Nayarit, because I cannot mention it by name because we are being sued and we have our accounts frozen as drug traffickers, and we have a gap law. We cannot express ourselves. It's very difficult, Frida, but you can do it. And I have found people like me, like an older person. If I would be young and I would go and now, I'm not inventing the wrong will. What we want to do, the people from the North, these councils, it's not council of older people. They're councils of old people that have the knowledge of people who are mature, and they have that urgency of doing things that I congratulate you and thank you for sharing.
Excelente. Bueno, tenemos tiempo para uno más.
Okay, we have time for one more from the online public. It is from an indigenous youth. I'm going to read it in English because it's in English.
Multi-generational thinking is sustainable thinking for sure. Do you think we should enhance other programs like student exchange programs? Could we tie this with storytelling or something like it to include grandparents and youth? Go ahead.
Totally. The first thing I had written on here was that intergenerational collaboration is necessary. I think we heard that in the last sentence. There's a lot of knowledge. We can't discount that. It's not only you. We don't want the whole thing on our shoulders. No one knows what to do. We need to work together. And these programs that get us to different locations, that get us communicating with people who have vastly different ideas and that get people sitting around the table that disagree is primordial if we're going to solve this problem because it's a global problem. And if we don't all work together, I'm afraid then it's not going to get solved. And we don't have that much time. So I totally, yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. Okay. Uno más. De esta vez acá que los corté previamente y no
and I cut you previously, and I'm not going to do it 2 times. The last participation, please.
Muchas gracias. Mi nombre es
Thank you. Hipólito Irepan from the indigenous community of Nahuatzin. I don't have an answer, but I have an experience. We have lived in our Michoacan community, indigenous communities, where we are talking now that the country should become vital. And because in our indigenous communities, we have 22 communities that have self-government. We have taken out the political parties to defend our waters, our forests, and our lands. This is not the answer that solves everything. This is an experience that we have experienced because of the fight or the struggle to defend our territory and natural resources and our culture. And the truth is, if the political parties that are related to the narco traffickers, our communities have been able to have autarky, to become autonomous. I'm sorry. We govern ourselves and we protect our resources and our culture. And I would ask the youth, not only the youth, but everybody, not to see the indigenous communities like something that's folkloric, but to assume our culture, because this is part of your culture, autarky. And we are not going behind individual benefits. We have another perspective, not going against the capitalist of the exploitations of human beings and nature, because we consider that we are the children of the earth. We belong to the earth, and the earth doesn't belong to us. And this is a vision of the world that I think that if you put your eyes beyond the beautiful and the folkloric of our culture and go to the essence of our way of thinking and our culture, there's a lot of richness that can help everything that we are communicating. We have the indigenous community, we have the indigenous communities there, the native communities, and we have to just get involved with our lives, our processes, and we have many problems. Many of our communities, our sacred spaces are being invaded by farms, by real estate companies, and many things that are holy for us or sacred for us are being invaded. The indigenous communities have a very deep respect, and this is the essential part of our life. And we are protecting the life and the environment. And this is why I would ask that beyond seeing us as something folkloric and beautiful, please think about our reality and make this union, because in the end, all of us are children of the earth. Thank you.
¿Sí? Bueno, a ver, gracias por esa intervención. Muchas gracias. Y bueno, estamos llegando al final de nuestra
We're
jornada.
at the end of our day. I think that this is a beautiful closing. It gives us a lot of food for thought, and this is a thread that unites all of the ideas that we have been mentioning. And it's also my work of uniting and to find the topics that are emerging from these presentations. And also with those inspiring words, I think that it's a good moment to take a break in these activities and to come back tomorrow. So we're going to do two things. Before we leave, we have a couple of things to do. First, yes, we have sandwiches and health drinks between now and 7, and to continue with this conversation. And one of the most important things in these events is to recommend policies to our governments and to learn among us and take advantage of those who are here for their presence, taking advantage of their knowledge and drink coffee and eat something. So I invite you in a few minutes to go out and exchange or do networking. One. We are very, very interested in your opinion on how this forum is organized. And I want to ask our colleagues to once again go to the QR code. You have a lot of QRs today. This is a very small survey, but it's very important to us because we need your opinion and we are very interested in knowing what you think. So you're going to see a QR code for the last survey. And please don't leave without filling out this survey that you will see on the screen. And third, I would like to thank this last panel that we have here and all the participations. Congratulations. And yes, you will see the code, QR code. Meanwhile, fill out the survey, and I invite you to take some refreshments and some food. I'll see you tomorrow once again at 9 o'clock. I think that we're going to start at 9:45. We're going to talk tomorrow, and we will start tomorrow with indigenous panel. And from there, we will go to the last topic that corresponds to the main pillars, which is biodiversity and ecosystemic services. And we will hear participation from the private sector, who have an important role, and they are here to help us and to reach our objectives that we have been mentioning. So you have the QR code there for the survey. I apologize. Tomorrow at 30. And for those of you who are online, please connect at 8:30. The ones in the Pacific, it's a little bit early. But if you're on the Atlantic, then it's a little bit later. One last applause, and let's go and do some networking.